You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday night, June 25th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. If the chat could let me know if the audio and video is okay. As you can see, we're set up to play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Today we're playing Case 9 of 10 from Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars box. The name of this case is The Dog in the Night. And I got a message from Dave Neal on Board Game Geek, and he says, Case 9 is a interesting one. Some groups have said it's too easy, and some groups have said it's too hard. And I took a quick glance at the introduction for Case 9, and it's a little unusual. So I'm curious to see how we encounter it, and it's good to see that Steppy is here, Anna's here, Jonathan's here, so we have the whole crew. So hopefully we'll be able to handle it. But you'll see from the introduction, it's a little different the way it's set up. Now, some bookkeeping before we get started here. So today we'll play Case 9. We'll play until we finish it, however long that takes. Tomorrow at 10 p.m., not 11 p.m. as normal, tomorrow at 10 p.m., I'm going to do a live channel update Q&A session. I don't really have anything to say about the channel, but we'll do what I think, it's been like 6 months since the last one. It seems like it's something one should do. So I'll just talk a little bit about the channel, and then we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. If anyone has questions or topics they want to talk about, could be board game related, could be anything else. I was thinking it might be nice to talk a little bit about the psychology of what it feels like to make a YouTube channel. It's been a year and a half now, a little over a year and a half, and it's weird. It's psychologically weird thing to do, and a little bit of a distortion of reality. And so I thought we might talk about that. Brian from Brian's channel is Board Game Brigade, something like that. I haven't gotten it wrong now, but he's been talking in the Discord for a while, and so maybe he'll stop by and we'll talk a little bit. Jonathan says, is that an Ellery Queen expansion I see? Yes, Jonathan's very perceptive. So we were talking about what games to play next after we finish this box, which we'll probably finish next week. And one of the things that we seem to all be interested in a little bit in is revisiting Ellery Queen. Ellery Queen was a sort of knockoff of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, also made in the 80s. I played one of the cases live on the channel. It's set in New York City and Manhattan, mostly, which is where I grew up. So that was very fun to play and visit some places I knew. And what you see over there is the Nick Velvet expansion for Ellery Queen, which looks a little weird. But it has like 4 cases in it. One is set on a train, so if we're feeling a little bit like an Orient Express experience, we can try one of those expansions. But to circle back for a minute, the live Q&A channel update will be at 10 p.m. That'll run for about an hour, and then we'll segue right into a live session at 11 p.m. where we'll open up and do the first set of choices in the LA Noire Hollywood Bloom play-by-mail game from Murders by Mail. So this week, I guess, Tuesday, we submitted the first moves for the Sherlock Holmes case, and we're going to play simultaneously with the LA Noire setting case. So probably it'll take us 2 hours tomorrow at 11 p.m. to read through everything, submit our first answers. But after that, I suspect those play-by-mail sessions will take us about an hour. All right, anything else the chat wants to talk about? I did watch one of the movies Jonathan recommended in the... So this channel, if you go to the YouTube page, there's a community tab. In the community tab, you'll find links to the Discord channel if you want to come chat, text chat anytime, any day of the week. I'm always there. But it's also got links to the guild section on Board Game Geek, where there's a little forum for this channel where we talk about what games we're going to play next, scheduling that. And there's also a thread of movie and book recommendations. And Jonathan made a recommendation of a movie called Possession, which is from 1981, which I watched. It's quite bizarre. It stars a very young Sam Neill. It's a very unusual movie, not for the faint of heart. It's a horror movie with some gore, but interesting, different, very different, has a very different feel to it. Like, it felt like it's definitely not a movie that you could see getting made by a mainstream director. It's very unusual, and I enjoyed it, although I didn't love it, but it has the ending's good and it has some cool stuff. All right, anything else anyone else wants to talk about? Movie watching, whatever. I saw 2 movies this weekend with my friends Rebecca and Chad. I saw The Black Phone, which is based on a short story by Joe Hill, who's the son of Stephen King. And it does have a real Stephen King feel to it. It was okay. It starred Ethan Hawke as I guess you know that from watching the previews. I won't say anything more. Good, but not great. And then we saw Jurassic World, which was pretty bad. Just about what you would expect. Hopefully they won't make any more of them. It's also raining and thundering here, so if you hear something in the background, hopefully it won't be too distracting. Anyone else? I watched The Boys season 4 up into where it is, which is, or is it season 3? Absolutely phenomenal. And I've been trying to watch Stranger Things, which I think is they really just have 1 episode's worth of content and they're stretching it into 10 episodes. kind of crazy. Can you guys hear the rain on the windows? It's pretty severe, but hopefully it'll go away soon. Jonathan Warner says, I watched Glengarry Glen Ross, not quite for me. Think it might be one of those situations where others took influence from it, maybe would have had more impact if I saw it. Well, that's one of my favorite movies, Glengarry Glen Ross, but yeah, I can see how it would be. Glengarry Glen Ross is a David Mamet movie, and if you see, like, I love listening to David Mamet movies. I love Oleana. I love Glengarry Glen Ross. I just love listening to the dialogue. It's weird though, because normally I have a very I throw an exception when I start to hear certain kinds of dialogue that feels pretentious, and like the guy who writes The West Wing, I forget his name. He wrote The West Wing, and he did an HBO series called Newsroom, and I just find those incredibly hard to watch, like just really jarring. They feel that feels David Mamet's got very stylized dialogue, but to me it feels honest, and when I hear the dialogue in The West Wing or Newsroom, it feels very pretentious and wrong to me. Just feels wrong. But I could see how you could absolutely just, those could reverse on you, and I could see how you might not like Glengarry Glen Ross. But that's one of those movies that's that it's nice that it will really cleave people into two different camps. Some people love that movie like me, and some people just find it grating. Lots of stars in Glengarry Glen Ross. Al Pacino, Kevin Spacey, the guy who just shot a woman on his Western movie, the brother. I don't know why the name is escaping me at the moment. Whole bunch of famous people. They're all their names are escaping me at the moment. Okay, shall we get started here? This is not officially a movie channel, I will remind you. All right, so Dog in the Nighttime. We know there's a very famous Sherlock Holmes case about the dog that didn't bark. I'll remind you that this case makes use of its own newspaper, but also all of these cases say that the previous newspapers may be relevant. So here we have the previous 4 newspapers. We'll read that in full. This case is set September 9th. Our previous case was August 29th. So 10 days have passed or so. Let's read it together. Case 9, Monday, September 9th, 1889. Anna better buckle up for this one. The Dog in the Nighttime. Wiggins has woken us all at 5 a.m. in the abandoned factory that serves as home for most of the irregulars. After we shake off our sleepiness, he tells us to get dressed quickly and follow him. Unsure, but always trusting of Wiggins' guidance, we get dressed and let him lead us down the dark city streets toward the Alpha Inn, where he tells us Tinker will meet us. And it may be all a fuss about nothing, he explains, but I ain't taking any chances. What is the fuss about, Wiggs? Asks Simpson, and why is Dodger here? On leaving the factory, we couldn't fail to notice Dodger, Daisy's faithful terrier, sitting by Wiggins. Something odd must be going on because we've never seen Dodger without Daisy before, and Daisy is nowhere to be seen. Right, lads, Wiggins says, it's like this. About half an hour ago, I woke up to a wet feeling on my face, and who do I see but Dodger, standing over me and licking my cheek. I sat up and fumbled for a match and candle, expecting to see Daisy somewhere close by, but she wasn't there. Then I saw the shape of someone coming towards me and thought maybe it was her, but it was Tinker. He said Dodger had nuzzled up to him and woken him up too before wandering over to me. But why's he here, Wiggs? He asked me, and where's Daisy? I told him I didn't know, but we had to do two things straight away. Someone had to get to Daisy's aunt's house and see if she was there. We also had to check if she was outside the Alpha, because as you know, she now busks there with her tin whistle so as to be closer to Baker Street. Tinker said he knew where Daisy's aunt lived and he'd head there straight away. I said I'd get you lot up and head for the Alpha. Tinker will meet us there. Hopefully Daisy's at one place or another, but this worries me, lads. Dodger turning up like this alone in the middle of the night. And why's he limping? Asks Simpson. We look at Dodger and see he's hobbling as he walks, apparently not able to put weight through one of his legs. I don't know, replies Wiggins, but it can't be a good sign. Outside the Alpha, a small group of people have gathered round a fire and a barrel, and we join them to stave off the morning chill. We ask about Daisy, and many of them know her, but none of them have seen her there since yesterday afternoon, when she played her tin whistle for a few hours before heading home to her aunt's house. Having established Daisy is not here, we sit down, anxiously waiting for Tinker's arrival, and scan a copy of yesterday's Times that Simpson thought to bring with him, which is right here, yesterday's Times, September 8th. The sky is just beginning to lighten when Tinker comes running down the street at speed and up to Wiggins, gasping for breath. She's gone, Wiggs, he pants. Someone's taken her. What do you mean? I got to the house. Her aunt lives on a steep, narrow, cobbled lane off City Road, just opposite to Hall Street. It's a little run-down shack of a place. When I got there, the door was unlocked and ajar. I went in. There was a small straw and sack bed in the corner that must be Daisy's, and it was empty, with a tatty blanket on the floor beside it. In the back room, a window was open and a pane had been smashed, and the shattered glass was on the inside. Someone broke in through the window and left through the front door. I looked in on her aunt, who was still in bed, and told her Daisy had been taken, but she just muttered that she'd come back when she got hungry, and she went back to sleep. I shook her, but she didn't stir. Daisy told me before that her aunt's one for a drink, and there were 2 empty bottles by her bed, so I don't think she'll be much help to us. But she's gone, Wiggs. Daisy's been kidnapped. Why would anyone take her? Asks Simpson. Tinker shrugs. Right, lads, says Wiggins. We don't know why she was taken, but we have to find her. Should we go see Mr. Holmes? Not yet, Simpson. We need to act fast, and we know his methods, don't we? This case is our own, and we can solve it on our own. So where do we start? Says Simpson, just as Tinker shouts and points. Dodger is no longer with us. He's running away down Great Russell Street, heading east towards Southampton Row. Well, perhaps we should start by seeing where Dodger's going, says Wiggins, starting to run. Let's follow him. Blimey, that limp ain't allowing him to slow down, ain't slowing him down much, is it? All right, now look at this. Your aim in this case is simply to find and rescue Daisy. You do not need to know why she was taken or by who. If you've not managed to rescue her, you can choose to turn to the questions, and you will get points for how much you know about where she is and how she got there, but you will be unable to gain the maximum score. Also note there is no address for Daisy's aunt house, but Tinker's already been there and has related what he has seen above. Then it says circle the letter A. So a very unusual start to this case. So I'm circling the A. Why the intro as you circle something is a very strange, like why would you, why does it need to check a letter that you obviously already have, that everyone would start out with? Weird. Okay. And there's a picture of Dodger running down with his limping leg off down the street. And I like that in the introduction we're given the newspaper. So Daisy has gone missing. The scene was described to her. She's got a little bed. Someone smashed in the window, glass on the inside, so suggesting they smashed the window from the outside. Came in through the window, left through the front door. Aunt's asleep, drunk, so she's of no help. Tinker maybe got injured trying to rescue Daisy and got kicked or something. All right, let's figure out where we are. We're at the Alpha, and we see where Dodger started running. So let's do that first. Let's locate ourselves. So the Alpha Inn is at 65 WC. So let's see, where is 65 WC? Okay, so there's 65 WC. Maybe we'll just put a little marker near it. Okay, and let's see, we see Dodger. He's running away down Great Russell Street. Okay, so there's Great Russell Street. And he's running away towards Southampton Row, which is right here. Okay, so he's running down this way towards here. Okay, and if we wanted to, we could bring it up on our map here. So there's the Alpha, and he's running down this way, the Dodger. All right. And where does she live? Let's see. We're not given her exact address. Her aunt lives on a steep, narrow, cobbled lane off City Road, just opposite to Hall Street. Okay, well, where is that? City Road and Hall Street. Is that where he's running towards? It's unusual for it to give us a location without a neighborhood or anything, but we should be able to find those places. Tinker said he knew where Daisy's aunt lived and he'd head there straight away. Does anyone know where let's just mark it on here. So Dodger is going down Great Russell towards Southampton Row. And where is the aunt live? We're at the Alpha. Anna says, poor Daisy, but in this game, I don't think she could die, right? No, she's not going to die. Dave Neal wouldn't do that. Let's find where she lives, though, because if she was kidnapped from her house, that's kind of important. So we're looking for City Road and Hall Street. We don't know exactly what neighborhood that is. Okay, there's City Road. And there's Hall Street. So right at the top of our map. Okay, good. City Road and Hall Street. All right. At the top of our map. There's Hall and City Road right there. Okay. So that's where she lives. And the dog is headed right for it. Yes, EC52. That's right. So the rules do say, though, that we don't have... There is no address for Daisy's aunt's house. So presumably 52 EC is not going to be the house, but she lives somewhere near there. And boy, it does look like the dog's headed right for there. Dodger. All right, well, let's read the paper before we start properly. We'll read the paper and then we'll take a break. All right. What do you make of the fact that this introduction says, hey, your job is to find her. Your aim is to find and rescue her. You don't need to know why she was taken or by who. If you don't manage to rescue her, you can choose to turn to the questions. You'll get points for how much you knew, but you're not going to get the maximum score. It's making very clear that you should be able to save her. We have seen no signs that there's a time limit on this case, so it's from the introduction. It sounds like we can do this until we want to give up, but we should be a little nervous that something might force us to not do it in time. Jonathan says, makes me think if we find the right paragraph, we get an ending. What if it's all at EC52? We just pick that and it's over. All right, let's read. Let's go through the newspaper. You know the drill. We got to read the whole newspaper. Those of you at home can sort of take a break, relax, get a coffee. We'll do this, then we'll take an official break and we'll start. Okay. So September 8th. I note this is the day before she's gone missing, or the day before we're alerted. Burst on the 5th of this month at home in Chelsea to Phoebe, wife of J.R. DeVay, master mariner, a son, foreign and shipping papers, please copy. Marriage is on the 6th of this month at St. Andrew's Church by the Reverend D. Johnson, Spencer Kench to Kayani Sanders on the 31st of August at St. Joseph's Church, Rawalpindi, Punjab, India by the Reverend E. Major Sergeant G. Elred, Royal Army Medical Corps to Mabel Welsh. Deaths on the 2nd, Colonel James Mac Tobias Brady at his home in Upper Belgrave Street, age 71. On the 5th of September, drowned at sea, Donahue Mattersley, age 19, eldest son of Leonard Mattersley of the Knoll Maidenhead. On the 7th, Margaret Peacock, widow of the late George Peacock of Manchester. On the night of 5th September at St. Thomas Hospital, Algernon Henry Blanche, Lieutenant Colonel R.A., retired, Her Majesty's Consul for the Canary Islands, age 58, eldest son of Major Wesley Branch of Winborne. Okay, we got some personals. To Mr. J. Logan and Associates, your opinions were invaluable. Many thanks, D.N. To all who are alarmed at the shocking and dramatic rise of crime in our streets, find a fellow of like mind at 11 Southeast. Sounds like someone is starting their own vigilante or investigation services. Interesting. RP Tot B1. Is that a letter T, or is that something in a weird? It's a weird character here. 2 crucifix by 1. Don't know what that's all about. Governor is required to attend to 3 well-behaved children for a period of 4 weeks from 28 September. Applied H. Putney, 12 King Street. Dr. Hugh Chatting announces new premises at 4 Sidmouth Street. All ailments and complaints treated with expertise and discretion. Miscellaneous. Sylvie and Bruno, a children's novel by Mr. Lewis Carroll, can now be purchased from Parsons & Sons Toy Shop, 18 Northwest. That's one of our frequent allies, 18 Northwest. That's the guy who likes codes and ciphers. Vigil for Mr. Alan Shane. An all-night vigil will be held tonight outside St. Paul's Cathedral to honor the passing of Mr. Alan Shane, who died in the early hours of Friday morning. Mr. Shane was a good and honest Christian who devoted his life to helping the homeless, the lost, and the destitute. For his life to end in such a manner is a tragedy and a great loss to our city. The vigil is organized by the Montduke House of Faith and Charity at 85 Northumberland Avenue, who will be supplying candles and tapers. All are welcome to attend. Okay. Governess required to care for 2 well-behaved girls aged 6 and 9. Nice country home should be able to teach Latin, French, and drive a pony carriage. Apply in writing to Mr. Adelford, 3 Gables, Harrow, Weald. Entertainments, etc. Tonight, the grand evening concert at St. James Hall featuring Miss Janie Razinski. Tickets at Ashdown and Parry's, 31 Hanover Square. Anna says, maybe if we rescue her, we don't need to answer the questions. We just win. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. Like if you can rescue her, you don't even have to bother with the questions. Madame Evelar, conjurer of mysteries, will give her new and original entertainment tonight only at Covent Garden Theatre. Society for the Protection of Birds. Our president, the Duchess of Portland, invites applications for membership of the Society for the Protection of Birds. Founded in February this year, the rules of the society are as follows. First, that members shall discourage the wanton destruction of birds and interest themselves generally in their protection. Second, that lady members shall refrain from wearing the feathers of any bird not killed for purposes of food, the ostrich the only exception. Interested parties apply in writing. Manchester and surrounds, Miss Emily Williamson, The Crofts, Denner Lane, Didsbury. London and surrounds, Mrs. Felicity Sadler, 41 Stamford Street, Southeast. Sounds a little familiar, Felicity Sadler. I wonder if we encountered her in a previous newspaper. Flogging an apprentice. At the petty sessions yesterday, Walter Apley of Shoreditch, and a baker by trade, was charged with beating Edgar Peel, 15 years of age, by striking him with a whipstock. The prisoner pleaded guilty and elected to be dealt with summarily. Mr. Keith Bolton, a builder's foreman, said the prisoner struck the boy a number of times with the whip and then struck him in the face with his fist and knocked him down. Afterwards, witnesses found the boy was bruised from head to toe and his right eye was bleeding profusely. The boy was taken to a police station and received medical assistance. Police Constable Griggs arrested Mr. Apley, who, in response to the accusations, said, "Yes, I gave him a good thrashing with the handle of a whip. He's been neglecting my customers." After a short consultation, the bench sentenced Mr. Apley to 2 months of hard labor without the option of a fine. Mr. Yosel, representing Mr. Apley, said that under the circumstances, the prisoner was entitled to appeal the decision of the court, and there were persons who would enter into recognizances. How do you like that thunder? Enter into recognizances for the appearance of his client at the next quarter session. I don't know what this means. Enter into recognizances. Does that mean like bear witness to his good character? The bench allowed the appeal, and the Reverend Peter Fowle and Mr. Klaus Tarrow of Tarrow Arts were accepted as sureties. That must mean like bail. Accepted as sureties. I think that must mean people who guarantee he'll come back. It's an interesting term, sureties. I'd like to hear what the official definition of legal definition of a surety is. As well as recognizances. Okay, furor at King's Cross. Yesterday afternoon, there was a disturbance at King's Cross and St. Pancras stations when a group of rail workers marched through at 2 p.m. and prevented passengers from boarding their trains. When asked why they were inconveniencing travelers, one of the men replied, "Ask Sam Wheaton why, and he'll have an answer for you." Sam Wheaton is the station master at King's Cross, but has as yet given no comment on the incident. Young boy disappeared. Boy, this sounds like it could be related to our case. On Saturday, a 4-year-old boy by the name of Dudley Fullcroft disappeared in St. James Park. His parents are most anxious to ascertain his whereabouts. Dudley is fair-haired with freckles and was wearing a tartan waistcoat. Any persons with information are encouraged to proceed directly to Scotland Yard and speak with Inspector Lestrade. Committee to arbitrate the dock strike resolution. On the 5th of this month, the Lord Mayor of London formed the Mansion House Committee. The aim of the committee is to bring together the dock workers and the dock companies in order to bring an end to the strikes, which are now in their 4th week. The threat that the ongoing dispute could develop into a general strike prompted the Lord Mayor to act. Mr. Ben Tillett and Mr. John Burns will represent the dockers at the negotiations, which begin in earnest tomorrow morning. Jonathan says, getting some atmosphere from the storm. Pig at Pullerton's. On Saturday, the household of Lord and Lady Graham Pullerton were most surprised to discover a pig in the drawing room when they entered to lay out morning tea. The pig pushed past the astonished maid and proceeded to career around the house for over a quarter of an hour. It almost knocked Lady Pullerton to the floor when she came to inquire as to the source of the commotion, and apparently tore open her dress with its trotter. The pig was eventually restrained and taken to the nearest market. How and why it came to be in the drawing room remains a mystery. Okay, this is another case like the horse and cart that we can't solve, or should we try to solve this? Dangers of catching a cannonball. There was at Nottingham on Friday night a performer at one of the public halls who caught, or pretended to catch, not in his teeth but in his hands, a ball discharged from a cannon, and offered a reward of £10 to anyone who would imitate the feat. This is how you get sued in current day and time. He offered £10 to anyone who can copy it. The invitation was accepted by a spectator, and the missile struck the luckless amateur on the head with such force that he was carried away with a compound fracture of the skull, from the effects of which he is said not to be likely to recover. That is a very sad part of a ludicrous story, and we may venture to wonder whether it will stimulate the efforts being made in Parliament to suppress exhibition. You would get sued out of existence if you tried that now. Immediately. The police at Nottingham have apprehended the performer on a charge of unlawfully wounding. The lessee of the building has received a warning as to possible peril to his license. Captured hairdresser. Peter Bosch, a hairdresser, was charged yesterday on a warrant of stealing £33 from the dwelling of Miss Patricia May of 52 Lambeth Road on the 2nd of August. The prisoner was employed by Miss May as a hairdresser. On the above date, Miss May went out to market to purchase some cheeses, leaving the accused in the house, and on her return, she discovered a box had been broken open and £33 removed. She made a search of the house, but there was no sign of Mr. Bosch. It was later discovered that Mr. Bosch had gone to Hackney, where he purchased a revolver. On Friday evening, while drinking in a public house with a woman, his revolver accidentally went off, blowing away part of his own hand and injuring another man. Police called to the scene, arrested Mr. Bosch for causing harm, and later discovered he was also wanted for theft. The prisoner was committed for trial. To the editor of the Times, this is a letter to the paper. Sir, it should be noted, following your report, The History of Violence in the Football Match of 4th September, that those phases of the game were largely reformed away by a decision of the Football Association, of which I am secretary, empowering the referee to give a penalty kick for playing in a manner likely to cause injury. Henceforward, the anxious mothers of Scotland need fear nothing when they learn that their children have evaded the home nest and enlisted as professional football players in England. Regarding your speculation as to what the future may hold, I must state it is hard to prophesy about the development of the game. Nevertheless, I believe it is here to stay as a primary feature of English sport. Already, professional football is in full swing for 8 months out of the 12. Nor is this enough for some people. They grumble loudly when the milder yet equally national game of cricket asserts itself. Cricket is slighted as tame and flat compared to football. The interest is too attenuated. Better a furious thrill for an hour or so than the protracted gentle pleasure of the bats and stumps. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Charles Alcock, Secretary of the Football Association at 92 EC. Okay, nice little bit of flavor of football coming up as the new sport to challenge cricket. Foreign news. We have received the following through the Reuters agency. Tramps commit murder. Jefferson City, Missouri, September 3rd. The East Halston station house was broken into this morning at 2 o'clock by 5 tramps who murdered the night operator, R. Gatto, and escaped with $300. A posse of officers are in pursuit of the men who, if captured, will be lynched. Mutual Fund Association Limited, Incorporated, 1880, 16 Surrey Street, Waterloo Bridge, Strand, WC, and 33 Ship Street, Brighton, advances money upon personal security, deeds, life policies, etc., repayable by installments, forms free, moderate interest. R. Harrisque, Secretary. And then we've got an ad for Crawshaw's Dyes, specially prepared for domestic use, 80 Fan Street, Aldersgate. Sold in packets, 1D, and in boxes at 60 each. Okay, not that much in this paper relevant to us, but boy, this young boy who disappeared on Saturday. So Saturday, this kid disappears, and then it's Sunday, which is the day before Dodger has come to us, and now it's Monday when we've caught this case. And it says, I bet these are real stories from the newspapers at the time. No one would invent them. They're so laughable and strange. Yes, I would think that most of them are real. Okay, so we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll jump into our case. Give some thought about where you want to go. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I'm just making a couple notes here based on our introduction. So, as pointed out to me in the chat, I was saying we should go where Daisy busks near Baker Street, but it's pointed out by Anna that she was actually busking near the Alpha, which is where we are. So that's a natural place to go. Then the dog headed down Russell Street towards Southampton Row. That would be 76 WC is Dodger ran towards. And you might even say if he ran towards here, he could have run past a couple places. Okay, let's catch up in the chat. So before, what got scrolled up were a couple interesting points. I was saying, why are we told to circle A in the beginning? Maybe it means something about we should look for a place that needs an A, or is it some out of the box thing like we're spelling something with our clues? And it says maybe it's just making sure we read it. Jonathan said something. Jonathan said maybe I had an alternate theory about the breaking of the windows. He was thinking maybe the aunt came home drunk, had to break the window to get in. An interesting idea. And it says Dodger is limping, so they kicked him or something. It's 5 a.m. Daisy presumably was in her bed. Or maybe he was taken yesterday and the dog just escaped. Jonathan has some definitions for us from the newspaper. Surety is taking responsibility for someone's debt or appearance in court. Yeah. Enter in recognizance means to promise to observe a condition for the court, usual to appear before the court on an appointed date, sometimes requires a bond. Interesting. And it says if we role play it, we should run after Dodger. But in the game, what would we do? Also, I'd like to talk to Lestrade about the little boy. Steppy says, yeah, the interest says there's no clue at Daisy's aunt's house, but doesn't say anything about the alpha, so that might be a good area to revisit later. Yes, okay. I think we should reread about the aunt's house again to make sure we get everything, and also think about what Jonathan said. So we know where it is. In fact, let's go to the tablet here. So there's the aunt's house up in the corner here. Okay. So we ask Tinker. Let's see. Let's look back at the beginning here. Wiggins woke us up at 5 a.m. So obviously whatever happened last night. Okay, so Dodger is sitting by Wiggins. We never seen him separate from Daisy. Half hour ago, I woke up to a wet feeling on my face. Who do I see but Dodger, standing over me and licking my cheek? I don't know. This looks like it's raining out. So I guess that doesn't really mean anything. But half an hour ago, so that would be 4:30 a.m. that Dodger shows up. And then he goes to Wiggins. Okay. Someone had to get Daisy's in-house, see if she was there. We also had to check if she was outside the Alpha, because as you know, she now busks there. Okay, that's what, with her tin whistle, to be closer to Baker Street. Okay, so Tinker goes to her house. The dog is limping. One of his front legs. Okay, so outside the Alpha, there's a group of people gathered around a fire. We ask about Daisy. They know her, but none of them have seen her since yesterday afternoon. Okay, so let's just make a note. She's last seen Sunday, September 8th, afternoon at 65 WC. That's the last time she's seen her, yesterday afternoon. Okay. When she played her tin whistle for a few hours before heading home to her aunt's house. Okay, so we think she went home yesterday afternoon, early in the afternoon. She was last seen at 1 p.m., 2 p.m. She busked for a couple hours. She went home early, presumably. Okay, so then he goes to her house. We know that's where that is. The door's unlocked and ajar. I went in. Small straw bed, straw and sack bed in the corner. It was empty. Teddy blanket on the floor beside it. In the back room, a window was open. In the corner was Daisy, and then in the back room, a window was open. So not directly above her bed, let me just point out. Back room, a window was open, pane had been smashed, shattered glass on the inside. Someone broke in through the window, left through the front door. I looked in on her aunt, who was still in bed. She said, she'll come back when she gets hungry. Daisy told me before her aunt's gone for a drink, empty bottles by her bed. Notice empty bottles by the bed. This goes against Jonathan's theory that she went out and got drunk and then couldn't get in. This sounds like she was drinking by her bed. Why would anyone take her? They don't know. The dog starts running. Let's follow him. Okay. Your aim in this case is simply to find and rescue Daisy. You don't need to know why she was taken or who by. Certainly seems like she's been taken, though. If you can't rescue her, this is what concerns me a little bit. If you have not managed to rescue her, that does make us have a little bit concerned that she could get killed on our watch. Let's not let that happen. There's no address for Daisy's aunt house, but Tinker's already been there and related what he has seen. And then circle the letter A. Why? Okay, and there's Tinker running. All right, so we've got a couple of locations. We've got near where the aunt's house is. We've got, that's up there in the upper right. We've got the alpha where we're starting out. We've got the direction of the dog, which thematically seems like we should be chasing. Jonathan points out nearby bars. If anyone was tracking the aunt, that's an interesting idea. Nearby bars for the aunt, good idea. Then we've got, let's make an entry for the newspaper. In the newspaper, we've got a couple of interesting stories. One is we've got this vigilante who says, if you're alarmed at the shocking rise of crime, visit me at 11 Southeast. And then we've got young boy disappeared. For that, we should visit Lestrade at Scotland Yard. Anything else in the paper jump out as being relevant to us? The pig at the Pullertons. Doesn't seem relevant to our case, but... not much else relevant to our case, it seems. What do we know about Daisy? Shall we remember the case that we met Daisy at? Is it possible? Don't forget, we busted a whole case based on Daisy getting involved in she stole a newspaper from a criminal and hired us to go catch the person. So could she be captured as pure revenge? It seems unlikely. Anna points out, Daisy likes to snoop on her own. Could she have caught whiff of a case that she's on her own? On the other hand, it seems like she's been part of the Irregulars. She would have come to us. But maybe she was following someone before she had a chance to tell us about it. Okay. I think thematically, we start by saying very clearly, perhaps we should start by seeing where Dodger's going. Says Wiggins starting to run. Let's follow him. By me, that limp ain't slowing him down much. So I think we gotta follow Dodger. So for fun, let's follow Dodger. So if we follow Dodger, we're outside the Alpha at 65. He's running down Great Russell Street towards Southampton Row. So do you think maybe 76 is the best? Jonathan says, what about the code in the paper? Jonathan is talking about this one. RP 2 cross by 1. 2 cross by 1. Does that mean something to you, Jonathan? I don't know what it would mean to me. RP 2 cross by 1. That means nothing to me. There are a couple of interesting codes in the paper, previous papers, but nothing, we don't know what they are. I want to test something out here. I also we talked a bit before about what happens if we ever get to a place where we just want to sit in silence for a while. So I did make a little thing. Let me see if it works here. See if I can put it on screen. So if I wanted to have 10 minutes where we all independently like work on a code, I would go and turn this on. And then I could still switch the cameras, but we would be officially on the thinking break where the point was not to talk or share information, but just work on a problem. So if we had like a puzzle or a code, we could all independently spend 10 minutes working on it. Or if you weren't interested, you could just go walk around, take a break, get something to eat. And we would resume playing collaboratively in 10 minutes. So that's what I've prepared when we need that. Okay, I don't know if thinking break is the right word, but... All right, let us go follow the dog a bit. I think we'll try to go to 76. If we don't find him there, we'll back up a little bit. Let's at least get a feel for if this game has something in mind. Okay, so 76 WC. Let's see what we got here. We still don't know if there might be some time limit thing in this game. We don't really know. We don't have a good feel for how this game is working at this point. Okay, here's 76. 76 WC says, "You're after what, lad? A dog? A little scruffy gray thing with a limp? Ah, yes, I saw him running down Southampton, and then he turned left onto Theobald's Road. Almost knocked over the fiddle player on the near corner of Red Lion Square." This feels like it's just a little fun topographic game here. So we go to 76. We say, "Hey, did you see a dog, a little terrier?" And he says, "Yeah, I saw him. He's running down Southampton." There's Southampton, running down it. Turned left onto Theobald's Road. So this guy said I saw him run down here. Turned left here. Almost knocked over a fiddle player on the near corner of Red Lion Square. Okay, well, where's Red Lion Square? Is it going to be at the... Oh, there's Red Lion Square. Okay. Almost knocked over the fiddle player on the near corner of Red Lion Square. Well, what exactly does that mean? The near corner. Does he mean like this corner here? Turn left onto Theobald's Road. Fiddle player on the near corner. Either way, I'm guessing it's 11 that it wants us to look at. So shall we check 11 to see who saw the dog run by? All right, let's just make a couple notes. Oh, sorry. Okay, so sorry if I wasn't showing you that. So there he is, down Southampton Road, turns left onto Theobald's Road. There's Red Lion Square. I'm not sure what corner they were talking about, but I'm guessing it wants us to talk to the person maybe at this corner here, which I guess would be 11. Could also 77 might be a reasonable place. Sorry, I wasn't showing that. Let's run after Roger and try 76 WC. I mean, yes. Oh, all right. That's what we're already doing. So let me just make a note. 76 WC is just Dodger. Okay, so let's see what happens if we look at 11 WC. Let's see if we get another look at Dodger. Yes, okay, so here we are now talking to the person that Dodger almost ran over. Wiggins throws a coin in the hat for a fiddle player performing near Red Lion Square and asks if he saw a dog run past. He nods. "Yes, I did, young sir. Went straight down Theobald's Road as far as you can see." Okay, so now we return. This is just a fun thing. He went down as far Theobald Street as you can see, which is probably here. Okay. So now we might ask at Gray's Inn Road if they saw him. Or 79 if they saw him. Or did he go all the way down to Clerkenwell Road? I think we should ask at Gray's Inn if someone saw him. Someone sitting outside the inn, maybe. Okay, so 10WC. Let's see what that, or this. Okay, 10WC says, no one we speak to around the small park has seen Dodger. Interesting. All right. Well, let's see if he went all the way down to 47 and see if someone in 47 saw him. Otherwise, we'll back up a little. 47, I don't have an entry. All right, so let me write some of this down here. So we went to 76, and then we went to 10WC. That was no Dodger there. And then we went to 47WC, which was no entry. So let's back up a little bit and see if maybe someone at 78 saw him. 78 or 79. Okay, so here's 78. And someone points out quite rightly, Steppy, is that 47 is in a different neighborhood. Yes, that's in EC. So if we make it past there, we'll go to EC. All right, let's see what 78 says. Dog, my dog. My dog's right here. Oh, your dog. What's he look like? Small? Yeah. Gray? Yeah. Could have seen him. Might have been brown, though. You sure your dog ain't brown? Well, some kind of small dog went past here a short while ago, heading east. Limping he was. Okay, so someone at 78 saw him going east, continuing on Theobald's Road here. Okay, so I think next step is to go into EC and see if someone at 47 saw him or even someone at 60 saw him. So let's try 47 EC and see if someone saw him there. So 78 WC Dodger. So this feels like it's just a fun little thing of letting you travel around the map and find Dodger. So now we're going to go to 47 EC. Not really a mystery per se, more like just a little bit of fun map traveling to give you a bit of flavor. Okay, here's 47 EC. Is there a reward, says a portly man in a dusty hunting jacket when we ask him about Dodger. No, sorry, mister, we just wondered if you'd seen him. No reward. Why should I tell? The man puts his fingers in his pockets and begins to bob back and forth. Wiggins fumbles in his pocket, hands over some money. That's not much. Not exactly a reward. The man studies the money in his hand like it's a small grubby insect. Then he pockets it. Your dog went east along Clerkenwell, but he seemed to veer to the left after crossing the railway. Okay. So, he says the dog went on Clerkenwell, and then he seemed to veer to the left after crossing the railway. So does that mean he veered left this way? Or he made a hard left? Probably just veered left, right? So maybe he went this way? That's veering left. Right, rather than continue on Clerkenwell, he veered left. All right, let's see if anyone's seen him at 49 or 59. Okay, so 47 EC Dodger. And now 49 EC. Okay, 49 EC says, you say you lost a doggy, a little gray doggy woggy who hobbled his way by not but a short time ago. If I do recall right, he were making his little way along this here road, which do go by name of St. John Street, and went north past number 59. Okay, so this guy at 49 says, well, he made a turn and he stepped going down John Street and went past 59. Okay, so he turned left at 49 and went north up 59. Look, he's heading right for her house. he's heading right for the house. Okay. So we could, if we're right, we could skip right ahead. Let's try 55 John Street. Or 55 EC. I mean, we could go right to 52 EC. But we might as well try 55 EC. Okay, so 55 EC. 55 EC says, this is a little odd. 55 EC says, do you have a circled A? If not, go elsewhere. If you do, read on. How do you not have a circled A? This is weird. Like, was it written differently? Was it written so you have to find, so in the initial version of the case, you were supposed to do something before you discover the A? That's weird. We hear barking on the other side of the junction. So we hear barking on the other side of the junction. I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it means he's here. I'm assuming it means he's here. So if we do 55 EC, let's do 54 EC. 54 EC says, number 54 is a small music shop, but no one we speak to can help us with our case. Okay. Let's try then our 52 EC. Oh, I see. 52 EC. Let's look at this for a second. 52 EC is where Porky's is. So 55 EC, Dodger at opposite junction. So is Dodger at Porky's? Let's find it. Anna says, don't skip 56. Okay, let's go to 56 EC. Oh, I see. We skipped 56. 56 says, there's Dodger, shouts Simpson, pointing. The small terrier is sitting outside number 56, St. John Street, being stroked by a grizzled beggar. We approach, and the beggar looks up at us. What you be wantin' with goggle-eyed John, he asks. That's our dog, mister, says Wiggins. What? Oh. The beggar looks sad. Why do you keep losing him? Look after the little beast, why don't you? Keep losing him, says Wiggins. We only lost him once. Ah, well, he was here last night, and he went, and now he's here again, back with goggle-eyed John. He grins and gives Dodger a hug. He was here last night? Asked Wiggins. Can you tell us when that was? It were after midnight, I know that. Exactly how long after, I don't know that. But not long, I think. Wiggins fumbles for some coins and hands them to Goggle-Eyed John. And did you see anyone else with him? John takes the money and grins again. Well, he says, it was like this. I was snoozing right here when I was awoken by the yapping of this beast. He poises to nod at Dodger. And he comes running around from direction of Hall Street and straight across to a black carriage stood just over there. He points to the other side of John Street. Not a normal carriage, I think. Had curtains all the way round and no windows. There was someone getting into the carriage who seemed to be carrying something quite big. And this little beast runs up and barks and snarls at them, and then they hit out with a cane or some such, and he yelped. So they hit Dodger with a cane. Then they got in the carriage and off it went straight down John Street. He points to the south. Little beastie here tried to follow, but he was limping after the beating he took from the cane, so he couldn't keep up. He stopped and came hobbling back, and he sat with me for a while, and I fell off snoozing again. When I woke, he was gone. Could you tell us anything else about the carriage or the person who got into it? It was a small, low carriage drawn by 2 black horses and with some white decoration round the edge. Nasty blighter, though, the man who got in. Who would beat a harmless little beastie like this? Yes, says Wiggins. Thank you, John. And sorry, Governor, but we do have to take him again. It's okay, lad, sighs Goggle-Eyed John. He wouldn't fare well here anyhow. I have enough troubles looking after meself. He grins and gives Dodger one last hug. Look after him now, he says as we head off. Circle the letter D and cross out your circled A. The A is no longer considered circled. I see. That's a weird thing, but okay. Circle the letter D. So we're no longer hunting for Dodger. Well, that's a weird choice, but okay. Okay, so if we hadn't, we would have doubled back to 56 if we couldn't find Dodger ahead, so that's fine. Okay, but 56 EC, we got lots of good information. So 56 EC, we found Dodger, and we circled D. All right, so let's make a note here that we found Dodger. Oh yeah, so we went here and then we found Dodger. Okay, so there's Dodger at 56. And then we're told about this scene here by Goggle-Eyed John. Okay, so what does he tell us? He says, after midnight, I know that. Exactly how long, I don't know. So after midnight, Dodger arrived. Okay. He's woken by the dog who's yapping, who obviously chased someone from his house, which is next to Porky's up here at 52 EC. He comes running round from the direction of Hall Street. So Hall Street is this street here. Right, comes from Hall Street, straight across to a black carriage, stood just over there. He points to the other side of St. John Street. So he's saying, maybe we need to erase a bit of this. Okay, so he's saying the other side of St. John's would be here. That would be the carriage. Not a normal carriage, curtains. So we're told now, sorry, it's hard to keep remembering to switch this. Okay, so we're talking to the guy at 56. He said the carriage was on the other side of John Street, so right here. And he said the dog come running down hall to this carriage, which was right here. Maybe we can make that a different color. That's the carriage. Okay. What else does he say? He says, okay, carriage across John Street. He says it's a black carriage with curtains all the way around, no windows, carrying looks like Daisy, right? The dog is hit with the cane. Got in the carriage and went straight down John Street. So the carriage goes down John Street. We don't know how far down John Street, but so they're kidnapped, they go to the carriage and they go down John Street. Okay, where's the thing about the white lace? Running around from the direction of Hall Street, should have gone black carriage right across the street. Not a normal carriage, curtains all the way around. Guy gets in. Hit with a cane. He stopped and came hobbling back, sat with them. Can you tell us anything about the carriage or the person who got in it? Small, low undercarriage. Small, low undercarriage. I don't know what that means. Sorry, small, low carriage drawn by 2 black horses. 2 black horses. Some white decoration around the edge, it says. White decoration around the edge. Circle the letter D, cross out your A. Okay. All right, so Dodger has given us some good clues. John says we can go to the carriage station or maybe try the meat market all the way south. Maybe we can lose Dodger again and have to circle A again. It's an interesting idea. I'm going to start writing down here where we did this. So this was 56 EC. 56 EC. It's clearly not a rented carriage. It's not a cab. So I doubt that the carriage people are going to have any useful information for us, although they might be able to tell us who would have such a carriage. Let me mark on our physical map this important location. So it was 56 EC, where on our physical place where we found everything and we see in our map. So now Dodger chases after him and then he can't go too far and he walks back down. So we don't know where these people were going. We know a guy with a cane took her and probably kidnapped her. All right, so I feel like Dodger has told us what Dodger's going to tell us. So we're sort of the immediate need to chase down Dodger is gone. We can now take our time. Steppy says, was there something about lace or is it just vague white decoration? It's just vague white decoration. Steppy does say there is an ad for a lace shop in the August 29th newspaper, but it's unlikely that it's that. I don't know. I think that's a lead worth pursuing. I think it's absolutely a lead worth pursuing because what else would you put white decoration around it? It could be painted white. It does seem like finding whose carriage that would be a huge clue. So I'm not opposed to going to the cab depot, but it almost sounds like a royalty. 2 black horses. It's a small low carriage, or small low carriage. 2 black horses, a guy with a cane. But I guess it's wide open now. I do think we should let's note this. Young boy disappeared, Dudley Fulcroft, so we could talk to his family too, and St. James Park. Let's see, where is St. James Park? Because I'd like to get a feel for where this other kid was kidnapped. And it seems like knowing the circumstances of this kid's kidnapping might help us. If it's related, if they was taken by a man in a carriage. St. James Park is 98 Southwest. 98. Oh, let me just make it. We're not visiting there yet. I just want to write it down then somewhere. So 98 Southwest is St. James Park. So where is that? Oh, it's in the center of Regents Park. It looks like here is where this other kid was missing, and his name is Dudley Fulcroft. So we could visit the Fulcroft family. Let's just look them up. Let's see if they're in the directory. The Fulcrofts are not in the directory, so we can't visit them at their home. Only Lestrade can help us with that. All right. So, thoughts. Okay. Someone needs to be banned. Jonathan says Anna says Porky's is right here. Anna always likes to go to the informants. Jonathan, you're the one qualified to get rid of the spammer. I can do it if we need me to, but I'd have to leave my seat. Jonathan says, my guess would be try 44 EC Smith Meat Market just to make sure it's not a spatial puzzle. In other words, let's see. The guy who tells us about the cab, 56 EC, he says they went straight down John Street. He points south. Doesn't tell us how far down John Street. So Jonathan's saying, I think we should try the full south of John Street to see if someone saw anything there. So down, you can see if you go all the way down John Street, you get to the Smith Meat Market. All right, let's do that first. Let's just see if that's what this is about. They may or may not have seen such a carriage before. It makes sense that we might check it out. So let's go to 44 East Central and see if anyone has seen this carriage. Okay. Well, this is interesting. 44 EC says, the covered meat market is in full swing, full of shouts of stallholders, the eager bartering of customers, and the smell of animals and blood. We move quickly around the stalls, trying to find someone who can help us. We talk to a large butcher woman carving up a cow, a huge muscular farmer with tattoos who is pulling a heavy laden cart by hand, and a small mouse-like man who's busy tying colorful neckerchiefs on his livestock to keep track of them. No one has seen anything useful, though there's lots of gossip about a recent scuffle between an aristocrat and the tattooed farmer we saw, who apparently said he'd been cheated out of money. And then it says you have a circled X or circled D. Well, we do have a circled D. If you do, read on. We are about to leave when Wiggins stops us. Hold on, before we do that, let's write down 44 EC Meat Market requires D, which we had. And they say there's a scuffle between aristocrat, which could be our person in the cab with the, and muscular tattooed farmer. We're about to leave when Wiggins stops us. Look at the tracks of the cart, he says. The tracks in the dirt, grime, and sawdust that cover the ground are mostly wide and deep, having been left by carts slowly bringing in fresh produce and livestock for the day's trade. But mixed in with them, just visible here and there, are a set of thinner carriage tracks following the main north-south thoroughfare through the market. The shallow depth of the tracks suggests the carriage in question was traveling at high speed. That's it. Okay, so we see tracks following the main north-south thoroughfare through the market. It looks like Jonathan was onto something. So if it went through the market, then we're saying that the carriage must have gone through the market. And might we then have someone that spotted it further down? So shall we check 9137 and see if someone's seen it? If there was an outdoor place, that would be a good place to ask. You'd like to find a place where people are outside. You could imagine if someone sees it on the docks or something. All right, let's check if someone at 91 or 37 have seen it. So 91 EC. Let me put a marker here first. So we see it at the meat market. So I've tracked down the carriage through there. They went through it. So maybe we'll check here. Maybe we'll even check 90 if it went through it and went this way. Let's check 91 EC first. It makes sense that we would... Okay, I know there's no 91 EC. Let me just make sure. There's no 91 EC. through. Okay, so we tried 91 EC. No entry. If we look at here, shall we try 38 EC also? And then maybe 37. We won't go crazy with this, but okay, well here's 38 EC, St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Is this also one of our, is 38 EC one of our people? Yes, 38 EC is Jasper Meeks, the medical examiner. All right, so maybe we won't go to 38 EC right away. Let's try 37. Keeping with our same idea of not going to our hints before we need to. Okay, so 37 EC says no one at the telegraph office saw anything of interest last night. So 37 EC, nothing interesting. All right. Is there any other place logically where they would see the tracks? I mean, I don't think we want to go crazy just searching everywhere. It'd be nice to have some logical reason. Could you peek at 38 just to see it as the check for knowledge D? Okay. 38 EC does have a check. 38 EC does have a normal informant text, and then does check if we know about the cart running away. So it does sound like maybe it would know something about it. I suppose that means you want me to read it. All right, let's go to 38 and let's read 38 EC. Okay, so we're going and we're reading 38 EC that the cart we think might have gone past. Okay. Are you here about the Shane murder? Asks Meeks. Yeah, this is why we shouldn't, this is why this is a little confusing. So, in hunting around for stuff, we're playing with fire. So I think he's talking about something in our newspaper. So let's go read about that murder of Shane. Where did we see that? Vigil for Mr. Shane. An all-night vigil will be held tonight outside St. Paul's Cathedral to honor the passing of Mr. Alan Shane, who died in the early hours of Friday morning. Mr. Shane was a good and honest Christian who devoted his life to helping the homeless, the lost, and destitute. For his life to end in such a manner, I don't know in what manner, it's a tragedy and a great loss to our city. The vigil is organized by the Mount Duke House of Faith and Charity at 85 Northumberland Avenue. All are welcome to attend. I believe that's the only entry for Shane, Alan Shane. 85 Northumberland Avenue. Where is that? So I'm going to remove this entry for 38. I don't know how we want to think about this. I guess we could go to 38 now that we know who he's talking about. All right, let's read 38 EC, and then we need to think harder about just shooting around looking for this, because this is a little confusing. Not confusing, it's a little disorienting, like knowing what we should consider fair to go to and not. All right, 38 EC. Are you here about the Shane murder? Asks Meeks, as he speaks slowly and his eyes have black lines underneath as if he didn't sleep last night. Well, just tell us anything you've got, please, Mr. Meeks, says Wiggins. All I have is Shane right now. He was brought in on Friday, 42 years old, drowned, found dead in the Thames near West India Dock. I'd say he'd been in the water at least 2 hours when they pulled him out at 4 a.m. on Friday. A few bruises to the body, but it's hard to say what caused them. Wiggins looks puzzled. But you said he'd been murdered, Mr. Meeks. Maybe he just fell in. Meeks shakes his head. The water. In his lungs, it wasn't river water. Household water, I'd say, with a quantity of soap in it. He was found in the Thames, but he didn't drown in the Thames. Do you have a circled X or a circled D? If not, leave the hospital. All right, so 38 EC, Meeks. We're about the Shane murder. Let's just write down what we learned here. Shane murder. We know he was drowned in household water with soap, so probably like a bathtub. Found in the Thames Friday night near the West India Dock. Pulled out Friday 4 a.m. And let's remember, Daisy disappeared Saturday night, the same day that a young boy disappeared. Okay, and now, if we had D, it says, as we make our way out of St. Bart's, Tinker is suddenly struck with an idea and stops to ask a nurse if there is anyone around who would have been on duty last night. This is keeping with the idea of trying to find places that the carriage would have gone by, that where people would be gathered outside, maybe. She points us in the direction of a porter dozing on a chair. Tentatively, we nudge him until he wakes and gives us a quizzical look. Sorry to wake you, mister, says Tinker, but we wondered if when you were working here last night, you noticed a black carriage pass by, going very fast. The man leans back and closes his eyes, and we think he's fallen back asleep. Then he mumbles, a carriage, yeah, as I took out the rubbish, going like clappers onto Newgate. A moment later, he begins to snore, and we leave him to slumber. So, carriage, fast onto Newgate. All right, let's look at our map, and then we're going to check in with the chat. Jonathan has a proposal. Okay, so there's Newgate. So he's saying he saw at 38, he was on duty and he saw the carriage go fast and then on to Newgate. Okay. It does sound like if we keep tracking places, we may be able to find more signs of this carriage, but it also feels like we're sort of hunting in the dark. Now let's see what Jonathan proposes in the chat. John says, I don't know what the right move is. It feels to me like we're following a trailing puzzle. Suggestion, if we go somewhere like this with an informant, we could only read the info after the knowledge check and make a note to come back and read the first part later when we have a reason. Steppy says, I think that's a good call. Given the entrance of 38, it's possible that through the market was towards 39 rather than 41, rather than 91, yes. So Steppy is saying maybe the carriage went this way on to Newgate. Interesting possibility, certainly a reasonable possibility. Someone at the cathedral may have seen it. Go by. We can still keep checking on this. I suggest, well, it's time to take a little break. I do suggest that, John says, seems to me 92 EC would be the next logical place in the trailing puzzle. Yes, it does seem like 92 might be a reasonable place. And the cathedral, 28. It is an interesting little fun thing about where, like, we know where it's been, so it makes sense to look at the places that we know it's been, and then you could imagine looking at a couple places where it might have turned. The only thing that's concerning me is sort of, are we stumbling onto things that we're not meant to solve yet without like checking any of are we going to solve the case just by stumbling onto it? I guess the game Dave Neal wouldn't do that to us. So we should keep looking. All right, let's take a break. I guess my inclination is to keep doing this approach, keep trying to follow this carriage while the lead is fresh. And when we get stuck, not go too far afield. Like, I don't want us to branch out, checking lots of places that have no relevance. So, like, as long as we can track it closely, let's track it. And then when we lose track of it, let's back up and talk to some other people like Lestrade, etc. Steppy says, since no one at the telegraph station, did we check the telegraph station? I guess we did. Let me just make sure. We did check 37. There's no one at the telegraph station. All right, so yeah, I think we should check 92 next, maybe St. Paul's Cathedral, just because any place where there are people that are likely to be outside. Whereas 92, I think the yellows are going to be residential. So there may not be anyone there. But it makes sense to check the cathedral. And if it went down Cheapside Poultry, it might be nice. I guess what I'd like to do is just, if we can find through some other means where we think it might be going to help direct our search, that might be fun. All right, we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll try to track the carriage a little bit. Otherwise, I do want to go to Lestrade. I want to see if these connections to the previous case are valid. And I'd also like to see if maybe we can't get a suspect and find his address and then maybe see if the carriage is headed towards that address. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll continue tracking down the carriage. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing Case 9, The Dog in the Night. We now know the dog is Dodger. We're trying to find who kidnapped Daisy. And we are tracking down a carriage that we've retraced its steps, having kidnapped Daisy at the top of our map here. And then we've tracked down sightings of it. The last sightings we had at 38 at the hospital, and it turning onto Newgate Street. So we've decided we're going to go to 92 EC. The chat is talking about theories and how we should play it. I do agree we should keep tracing the trail of it until it gets a little cold. Then I think we shouldn't exhaustively look for the trail. We should, if it gets a little cold, start to follow some other leads. And I did have a thought that maybe we should think about, it's not just a matter of finding the ultimate location of this carriage. It's possible that someone sees something along the way that's useful, either something flying out of the carriage or recognizes the carriage as belonging to some aristocrat. So we might not want to jump ahead if we can help it. In fact, we might want to back up and catch other people noticing it. You could imagine that might be like a little clever trick where we're told that it went all the way down St. John Street, for example. We're initially told it went all the way down St. John Street, so we jumped ahead down to 44. But you could imagine someone else might have seen it along the way and recognized it. And then there's also this fact that we just heard about this guy who died in the paper, drowned in a bathtub. That feels like that's something that we might want to solve. We might be able to do some progress on or not. But for now, we're going to follow the lead. So we're going to 92 EC. Okay. So there's no entry for 92 EC. So let's write down 92 EC, no entry. Let's double check that. 92 EC, no entry. Okay, so given that, if we were determined to find the trail, we could check out. Well, I thought St. Paul's Cathedral would be a natural next place to look because it's a public area where there might be people tending to gardens, whatever. So maybe we'll check 28 EC. But I suggest if we don't find anyone at 28 EC, we should stop trying to look for places around it and back up a little bit and chase down some other leads. So I suggest we try one more place, 28 EC. To see if someone saw the carriage go by in the evening, early morning, I guess, and then we move on. So 28 EC, there is an entry, so let's read it. At the top of Ludgate Hill sits St. Paul's Cathedral, a grand, imposing building topped with 2 spires and a dome, which makes it the tallest building in London. I did not know that. Inside, many people are at morning prayers, and the respectful silence being maintained makes it difficult to ask anyone about our case. We wander back outside and explore the surrounding area, which is busy with throngs of people visiting the cathedral, selling wares, or just going about their daily business. There's a leaflet pinned to a post commemorating the life of Alan Shane and stating that a candlelight vigil will be held outside St. Paul's overnight on the 8th of September by the Mount Duke House of Faith and Charity, 85 Southwest. In the middle of the leaflet is a drawing of a middle-aged man with short hair, a thin face, and bushy eyebrows, who we assume is Mr. Shane. Finding nothing else of interest, we decide to venture elsewhere. Okay, so we've lost the trail of the carriage for now. 28 EC. What we do see is there's a vigil for Alan Shane at St. Paul's on September 8th. That was last night. Outside St. Paul's by the Mount Duke House of Faith. So if it was overnight, it might have been when Daisy was kidnapped. We know she was kidnapped a little bit over midnight, right? Faith and Charity at 85 Southwest, but that's in the completely other side of town. But we might want to visit that if we want to figure out what happened to Ellen Shane as our little side story. Let's see. Regarding the paper code in a more imagery sense, a cathedral could be represented by a cross as well, yes. The carriage could have went in one of these houses as well. I mean, that's a good point. If we lost track of the carriage, it could mean that it's gone into one of these places. It does sound like a distinctive carriage, though. I feel like we might be able to find someone who knows how to recognize the carriage. Jonathan says, if we went to 85 Southwest, could we be asking what they saw last night at the vigil? Yes, absolutely. But all I'm pointing out is 85 Southwest is nowhere near where we think the carriage went. So they're not going to have seen the carriage, right? 85 Southwest, unless I'm mistaken about where 85 Southwest is. I mean, 85 Southwest is all the way down here. Unless the carriage, I mean, it's possible that the carriage went all the way downtown. We haven't caught sight of it, but it's certainly possible that it went down past where we saw it into the Southwest neighborhood, but seems unlikely. We have no reason to believe people at 85 Southwest would have caught a glimpse of the carriage, even though they would have been out and about at the time. Where is 85 Southwest? There is 85 Southwest. So unless that horse and carriage turned left, they wouldn't have seen it. But it's certainly possible that it did. We haven't ruled out it coming down here and going this way. Shall we stop off at the vigil just for the hell of it? Steppy says 85 Southwest is the place that organized it, but the vigil was at St. Paul's. Well, let's see where St. Paul's is. St. Paul's Church is at 28 EC. St. Paul's Cathedral, 28 EC. 28 EC. Oh, that's where we were. We went to 28 EC. Held outside of St. Paul's. Oh, I see. Okay, so the chat is pointing out something important. So let me just see if I can clarify this for anyone who's as dense as I am here. So we're at St. Paul's at 28 EC, but everyone's busy there. No one will talk to us. They're just selling their wares, etc. There's a leaflet that says there's a candlelight vigil here at 28 EC last night when Daisy was taken. Candlelight vigil overnight, exactly when we would expect the carriage to have gone by. And it's saying that it's organized by the House of Faith and Charity, which is all the way over at 85 Southwest. So the chat is pointing out that maybe the people at 85 Southwest at the Mount Duke House of Faith will have been the same people that would have seen something at St. Paul's. So let's go there and say, hey, any of you guys were there last night? Maybe you saw something. Okay. So 28 AC. So let's go to 85 Southwest. Do we need to mark? Okay, let's go to our map here, even though we're using the digital map for most of this case. So we go there, and then they are directing us to 85 Southwest, which is right there. Okay, so let's go to 85 Southwest and ask them if anyone was at St. Paul's last night and remembers seeing anything. Okay. Yes, indeed, we did hold a vigil outside St. Paul's last night until 5 in the morning, says Mr. Colewhip, a thin man with a long straight beard who is the clerk at the Mount Duke House of Faith and Charity. He speaks in a slow, methodical manner. And did anything unusual happen? Asked Wiggins. Did you see a dog, perhaps? Or a small girl with blonde hair? Or, well, there were children and dogs around. In this city, someone is always out and about. The only unusual thing was the speeding carriage. Our eyes must have lit up when we heard that. A speeding carriage, says Wiggins, intrigued. Tell us more. Around 10 minutes before 1 a.m., a small black carriage came thundering at some speed down the street straight towards our vigil. Luckily, some of our gathering spotted it and shouted a warning, and we cleared the road in time for it to clatter past. Do you know which way it went? It went down Cheapside, past the Jesuit church, and maybe onto Poultry, but it could have turned right towards the river. He thinks a moment, then says, No, sorry, I really don't know. Can you tell us anything about the reason for the vigil? To commemorate the passing of Mr. Shane. I have never before known such a kind, generous, and honest Christian gentleman. So tragic. They found him in the Thames on Friday morning near West India Dock. I have no idea how he could have ended up there. It really is very strange. Thank you, Mr. Colewhip. Circle letter X. So X was the other letter it kept asking us if we had when we were tracking down. So 85 Southwest, this is Mr. Colewhip Vigil. It says circle X. So let's go ahead and circle X. All right, so that was a big clue. Okay, so what does he tell us? He says it comes down the street straight towards the village. So if we look at our thing here, it came down the street straight towards the vigil. We cleared the road, so they're in the road outside St. Paul's Cathedral, and it went down Cheapside past the Jesuit church. Okay, well there's Cheapside, and let's figure out where the Jesuit church is. the Jesuit church is on 69 EC. So here's the Jesuit church. So it goes down Cheapside past the Jesuit church. And then he says, maybe onto Poultry, but it could have turned right towards the river. So he's saying, maybe onto Poultry. So maybe it went like here or here or here. And then he says, could have turned right towards the river. And he says, no, I really don't know. But it did go past the Jesuit church. It makes you wonder, did it go across this bridge? Okay, and he also gave us a time, right? Let's not forget this. He gave us a time. He says 10 minutes before 1. So 12:50. And it's going fast. This does make us think about maybe what Steppy was saying before. Let's look at that message. RP to cross by 1. That's what we found in the newspaper. RP to cross by 1. RP to cross by 1. If they're rushing to head somewhere by 1, just for the hell of it, if they're rushing to meet a deadline, a 1 a.m. deadline, and we've got them at 10 to 1 here, that would tell you that their final destination, just for the fun of it, if that's what we're going for here, the final destination is some kind of cross, maybe a church, by 1 a.m. in 10 minutes from here. Where would they be going? To a station. Some railway stations are known as, there are some like Charing Cross. There are some stations that are, let me just see where the stations are. Well, I mean, what stations are named Cross is what I was thinking. Or across the channel, yes. But it did occur to me, there are some stations that are named Cross. Charing Cross Station is 21WC. 21WC. 21WC is... WC is not in the right direction. 21WC. 21WC Charing Cross Station is here. So that doesn't seem like where they're going. I'm just thinking, if you're kidnapping someone, you're saying to cross, a station would be a place why you'd have to get there at a strict time. Charing Cross Station. That's the only real cross station. That would make sense to me, though, if you had to catch a train. But You could go to try to get a boat. All right. Anna says maybe the Jesuits church that they just went by. I think that makes a lot of sense. Let's go to 69 EC. Let's go to that church that he definitely saw them go by and see if they saw anything. Okay, 69 EC. At 69 EC stands the Jesuit church, a relatively modern church with a very tall bell tower. We enter and look around, but the only person present at the time is an old man clutching a large book who's hunched on one of the pews, apparently asleep. Okay? So that was nothing. Okay, so no one there that can help us. Now, we know the customs house here at 19 is a place where there've been lots of protests and stuff outside. That might be a public place that we might expect people to be hanging out at night. And so would possibly be the docks and the bridge. Like 26 is an... Whoops, what the hell is that? 26 would be an appealing place to go to see if someone working the bridge saw them cross. So what if we go to 26? Although you can make the case that we should go to these places in between. I think we should go to 26 on the grounds that someone might be working this bridge. But if we lose track of it soon, I think maybe we got to start chasing down other leads. But I'd like to go to 26 to see if someone working the bridge might go. So 26 WC, EC, 26 EC. Okay, there's no 26 EC. So let me write that down. All right, I think it's time to take a pause on this and chase down some other leads. Just for some variety. And keep our eye open for someone mentioning RP. That code is at 2 cross by 1. All right, so let us pursue some other leads now. How about we talk to Lestrade about this other kid that got kidnapped and see if he was also kidnapped by a carriage, etc. So Lestrade is at Scotland Yard, 13 Southwest. Let's go there. We'll come back to this horse and carriage soon enough. Okay, Lestrade, 13 Southwest. You look more frantic than normal, Wiggins. Even more frantic than normal, Wiggins. What's going on? Not investigating the death of Alan Shane, are you? No, Inspector. Oh, a shame. I thought it could be your kind of thing. A fine, upstanding Christian who has dedicated his life to charitable causes found drowned in the Thames in suspicious circumstances. We should definitely try to follow up on this case. Normally, Inspector, it might be, but right now we need your help with something else. Oh yeah, what? It's one of the irregulars, one of our own. She's been kidnapped. Wiggins hurriedly explains the details to Lestrade. Why would someone have kidnapped her? Lestrade cocks his head and adds, "You chaps don't have a secret fortune stashed away somewhere, do you?" "No, Inspector," Wiggins sighs. "This is serious." "Of course. Sorry, Wiggins." Lestrade sits down and begins to write. "The best thing I can do for you is to make it official. I'll write up what you have told me and send a constable to her home. And leave a description of Daisy. Yeah, Daisy with me, so I can pass it around the yard and tell the patrols to look out for her." "Thanks, Inspector. And have there been any other disappearances or kidnappings recently?" I'm starting to think a little bit what was suggested by one of you in the chat early on, which is that Daisy is a very curious little snooper. Did she somehow see what happened to Alan Shane? And she got kidnapped before she could report it. Okay, so he asked if there had been any other kidnappings. Lestrade thinks for a moment. "There was a 4-year-old boy who disappeared on Saturday, Dudley Fulcroft. His parents were in here crying, shouting. It was awful, to tell the truth, and we haven't been able to find him. He disappeared in St. James Park. His cousin was looking out after him, and she looked away for a moment and the boy was gone. No ransom note, though, and the family are all servants with no real money to speak of, so we don't know if it was a kidnapping or not." Wiggins nods thoughtfully. "Okay, thanks, Inspector," and that's it. Okay. So, 13 Southwest. Not much. Kidnapping at St. James. Well, let's go to St. James and see what we can see there, because we tried to look up Fulcroft and we didn't find any entry for Fulcroft in the directory. Let me just double check. He says it probably wouldn't have been kidnapping because they had no money. Okay, St. James was 98. If we look up parks. St. James Park, 98, St. Southwest. Let's see if at St. James Park there's any clue for us. We walk all around St. James Park, but cannot find anyone who was there on the day when Dudley Fulcroft disappeared. Very interesting. I want to read what Lestrade says again. He says, there was a 4-year-old boy disappeared on Saturday. His parents were in here crying, shouting. It was awful, to tell the truth. We haven't been able to find him. He disappeared in St. John's Park. His cousin was looking after him. She looked away for a moment. The boy was gone. No ransom note. Their family are all servants. Fulcroft. Mention of Fulcroft in the August 23rd paper. That's pretty good. Sure seems like it could be the same. Let's see what we've got. I was just going to say maybe we need to start looking at the papers. Let's see what Steppy has found. Butler would make a job for the season, age 52, married, wife experienced cook, good references, R. Fulcroft, 30 Lambeth, Lower March, Southeast. I think that's great. Okay, so Dudley Fulcroft is the kid that's missing, and here's the butler is looking for a job. So from the news, Fulcroft is 30 Southeast. Okay, that's a great find. 30 Southeast. Let's find our 30 Southeast. So we think this might be Dudley's father. There's 30 Southeast. I just lost it. There. Okay, let's go see if that's not the father's house. 30 Southeast. Number 30 is a small rundown house. No one answers the door. Interesting. That was August 23rd. August 29th. Married couple with no family would adopt a healthy child. Nice country home. Let's take a look. I thought for sure we were going to talk to the family, but it sounds like maybe they're working. Maybe they did get hired by now. Is it possible they get hired by this governess? 12 King Street. Can we see where... If this is where... If up here at the park was where this kid got taken, they would have to be working somewhere up here. Near here, right? Within walkable distance. Let's see, where is 12 King Street down at this 12? Not really, no. I suppose cousin was looking out for him. Either Fullcrofts will tie. It's one of the interesting things. Sorry, I should. One of the interesting things about knowing that it's a campaign means that even if stories seem like we should be involved in solving them, we don't know if really they're related to this case or the next one. Okay, let's think for a second. Let's go back to our basics, to our notes here about other leads we wanted to follow up. So we haven't yet checked the Alpha Hotel where we started from. Let's go back and do that. And then let's go to the cab station. How about that? So let's go to the original place we started out, 65 WC, where she busks. And let's see if anyone has anything to say there. Okay, 65 WC says, a few people in the Alpha know Daisy, but haven't seen her since yesterday. That dog of hers will know where she is, comments one young woman wearing a bright blue bonnet. Inseparable they are. Doesn't really help us much. The dog did his best. He followed. Someone was tracked by a cane. Remember, one of our old stories has a cane that was found, right? How about we look up that cane? Where was the cane? Maybe someone came and collected that cane. Found in Green Park on the 1st of June, gentleman's cane, contact box 53 at the Times office. Let's see if someone has come and collected that cane too. 53 is the Times office. 53 is not the normal Times office though. Box 53 Times office. All right, we can go to Henry Ellis, reporter for the Times. Okay, so we went to 65, we did that. Okay, so we said cabs, the cane, what else did we say? And the Alpha Hotel. All right, let's do the cabs now. And then we'll check if the newspaper has seen the cane or anything else. So the Central Carriage Stables is 5WC. Okay. We talked to the cab drivers and asked if they saw anything unusual last night, particularly near Hall Street. One cab driver says an old man with a broad hat that covered his face took a cab from Goswell Road to Waterloo Bridge just before midnight. Another cab driver says a body was being collected near Hall Street. A body? Asked Wiggins. There was a hearse parked outside a house. I think it may have been on St. John's, very late in the evening. Circle L. Was it a hearse? Was it a hearse that we saw? Is that carriage a hearse? It's a low carriage, so they could load bodies on and off it. Okay, so the cabs. So we're told about two cabs. One is an old man, broad hat, covered face, cab from Goswell Road to Waterloo Bridge. I mean, this is not going to be our main case. Before midnight. It's not going to be our main case. It could be related to one of our sub cases, though. But then, Hall Street hearse collected body. Let's see what he says, though. A body was being collected near Hall Street. We say a body, and he says there was a hearse parked outside a house on John Street very late. Hearse parked. So the part about collecting a body is just the inference that the cab driver is drawing from seeing a hearse parked outside house. I think that might be a hearse, in which case we should be visiting some mortuaries. Steppy says the windows being hard to see through would also make sense for a hearse. I think that's a hearse. The cab driver recognized it, but our goggle John doesn't. I think that makes sense to me. Late in evening. Hearse? Question mark. Okay, and it says circle letter L. That's nice to know. So we've got a circled L. This is at 5WC. Okay, so let's think about this now. If it was a hearse that kidnapped her, then it opens up some possibilities. Let's look at what our directory tells us about cemeteries, mortuaries, etc. What have we got? Could they have been headed towards the cemetery and mortuary? What have we got? Coroner's office. Doctors and physicians. Hospitals. There's the morgue. We could go to the morgue is in the east. That's not helpful for us. Charing Cross Hospital, 91WC. That's another cross. Charing Cross. There's a bunch of, I guess Charing Cross is a location. So there's a Charing Cross Hotel. I'm just thinking back, RP to the cross by 1. I'm looking for other possibilities for cross. We might want to follow that up. Do we have no good way to find who would have a hearse? There are other stables. We could visit the other stables. Where's our list of things we might want to consider? Let's keep track of some things here. So we might want to check other stables to see if anyone recognizes this low black, two black horse carriage with white stuff. But I think it's a hearse. The question is, if it's a hearse, how would we track that down? Is there not a cemetery or mortuary? Churches. Coroner's office. We went there. We went to the medical examiner, but not the coroner. There's doctors. We did circle a letter that suggests that maybe we would be able to ask someone about it. Doesn't look like there's a way to look up any Hearst company. Any mention of Hearst in any of the previous papers? That's an interesting idea. Or any deaths with details. What else were we thinking of doing? I mean, the stables is a good lead. Whoa, I think Steppy is really good at these newspapers. Steppy found Thurston and Wilbur undertakers. Robes and trimmings. Steppy is really good at finding newspaper articles. Okay, that sounds really intriguing to me. Okay, so 42 Southeast undertakers. All right, good find, Steppy. In the August 29th newspaper. The newspaper just before the current one. That sounds very promising. Okay, let's go. We're going to go to that place. 42 Southeast. Undertakers from August 29 news. Okay. So it's an ad in the August 29 newspaper. Let's just look at it together here. So the previous month's newspaper. It's in the personal section. Thurston and Wilbur undertakers. Special attention given to embalming. Latest designs in caskets, linings, robes, and trimmings. 42 Southeast. That sounds very promising to me. Okay, 42 Southeast. Here we go. This is going to blow this case wide open. Yeah, it's a big, long entry. All right, ready? Do you have a circled X and or circled D and or circled L? So we have all three of those. If you do, read on. We are investigating a case. We say we are investigating a case for Sherlock Holmes and are shown into an office with Mr. Thurston and are informed that Mr. Wilbur is unwell at present. Mr. Thurston and Mr. Wilbur, who's unwell, so can't meet with us. A bad chest cough, says Mr. Thurston, who does not strike us as a typical undertaker. He is round and jolly and intersperses his sentences with giggles and laughs. I am sure he will get back and be back here soon. Indeed, if he doesn't get well, he'll also be back here soon. He laughs heartily. But how can I help you, young gents? Do you have hearses here, Mr. Thurston? Well, of course. They're quite essential for our business. Mr. Wiggins. Mr. Wiggins. But why do you want to know? Were any in use last night? I don't imagine so. Funerals tend to happen in the daytime. We sometimes collect bodies late at night if there is a pressing need, but there was nothing on the books for yesterday. What do they look like? Standard hearses, he replies, then stands and walks to a window and points outside. There's one right there, he says. In the yard behind the office, we see a small black carriage with no windows, but a black curtain all around. And none of your hearses went missing recently. No? Was a hearse used in a crime? This sounds most intriguing. I can't imagine what it was used for. Well, we don't know for sure, Mr. Thurston. It's just a lead we have to follow. I understand. And who else might have access to hearses? Well, church or cemetery staff would, and other undertakers, of course. Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Thurston. We'll leave you to get on with, well, your work. Burying people, Mr. Wiggins, it's actually not so grim a job as it sounds. He lets out a little giggle as he shows us to the door. And here's us looking through a broken window. I think that might be from when Tinker went to her house and noticed the broken window. Okay, but now we caught a lead. Now we caught something. So Steppy came up with the address of the undertakers in the paper. That was the big leap. Now we know it was a hearse. And that there wasn't a body to be picked up on schedule, but was Mr. Wilbur, the co-owner here, was he using the hearse last night? It's very suspicious that he's not there when we got there. So let's see if we can't look up Mr. Wilbur in the directory and find him. No Wilbur. Is that his first name or his last name? It's going to be his last name, right? Mr. Wilbur. There's no Wilbur in the directory. I will say that the last few cases have been very regular in not letting us find people in the directory. It's a little frustrating, but it makes it a little more challenging. So Mr. Wilbur. Cannot be found in the address. He's got a cough. He could be at the hospital or a doctor. Wait, Steppy says Drage Wilbur. Oh, that's... Steppy is using the online one. You can search by name. But this is last name, right? Thurston and Wilbur, undertakers. Surely that's not... That's not... It's an interesting idea, but it would be illegal for us. Not illegal, but it wouldn't be plausible for us to search all the Wilburs in the directory. So we can't be expected to go through that, and that we know that's his last name. But he's got a chest cough, so I'm thinking he might be in a doctor. Let's find out where this is. 47 Southeast. Let's make sure we mark it where their undertaker was. So 47 Southeast is right there. Now let's think about this for a second. Was the hearse heading back down towards here? So if we look at our map here, it seems like a plausible place that the cab might be trying. Oops. I don't know why it changes color sometimes. It's plausible location that the cab would be coming down to get through there. We might see if we can't trace the cab going backwards to that location. That's a natural place for it to go. If you did plan to go through there, then the bridge would be the route you would take, right? And then you would somehow go across, could go down, could go across. So that would be the, seems like maybe the fastest route. I like the idea of backing up. If we know 47 is the location, then it might be fun to see if anyone saw them coming this way. They could go this way too. I like the part about him having a chest cough would be interesting, though, to see if we could maybe track down if he's in the hospital. So let's see for a second. Wilbur's unwell, a bad chest cough. Who does not strike us as a typical undertaker? If he's got a bad chest cough, I'm just curious, because if he's in the hospital, it would be a nice alibi. Jonathan says it's 42 southeast. Not, what did I mark? Why did I mark 40? Oh, I marked 47. Is that what happened? And it's 42. Where's 42? Oh, that's even better then. Okay, that's good. So Jonathan points out, Steppy points out, that it's not 47 where the Undertaker is, it's 42. That makes this even better as a route. So if that's where they were driving back, it's a little odd that he didn't go this way, though, if that's where he was going, right? Wouldn't he have come down straight down here? Why would he go this way if that's where he was heading? That makes it less likely that he's headed to 42. London Bridge Station would be a natural destination, or so would one of the docks. All right, so that doesn't help us that much. But as I was, where I was going was, if he's in the hospital, that would give him an alibi and mean maybe someone stole the hearse. So it would be nice to talk to him. If he works at 42 and lives around here, what hospital would he be going to? St. Bartholomew's, which we've already been to. or a local doctor. Let me just look up the doctors. This sounds like a shot in the dark. That's probably not worth pursuing. But doctors in the southeast, 46 southeast, where's that? That's pretty close to him. There's also a 60 southeast, which is all the way down here. All right, I'm going to check one doctor near him at 46 southeast, just to see if he happens to have gone to that nearby doctor. If not, we won't keep looking around. Okay, so there's no 46 southeast. So 46 southeast, no entry. That was a doctor. Okay. Let's try the times to see if anyone picked up that cane. Although it seems like a long shot for a cane lost a month ago to be related to our case. But since it's the Times ally anyway, it might have other information for us. So we're going to 30 EC the Times. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, maybe we'll take a break first. All right, so we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. Things have gotten interesting now that we've lost direct trail of the carriage and we're now piecing together some other leads. It's kind of gotten fun. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Call for Two. We're deep into Case 9, The Dog in the Night. Steppy has found some more newspaper stuff that's quite interesting. August 23rd paper mentions Richard Parker. Since our mysterious code in the paper says RP, I think it's likely that is connected. Brian from Game Brigade has come in with his normal joke about, am I late? Yes, you are late, Brian. I do hope Brian stops by tomorrow at 10 p.m. on time to join in the channel update talk, because I think it would be interesting to talk to Brian about the insanity of board game YouTube channels. Brian has been added a little more and has a bigger audience, and it might be interesting to hear Brian's take on the craziness of YouTube. Okay, so let's look over our leads. I absolutely think that Steppy finding something about RP is actually very intriguing to me, because that code looks like RP Richard Parker. That's a pretty big coincidence if that's true. All right, let's start with the times and then we'll follow that up. Don't let me forget. All right, 30 EC, the times. We're hoping maybe someone has claimed that cane. Okay, let's see what the Times has to say. Hello, Alice. Do you have any information on the kidnappings? Asks Wiggins. Kidnappings? Alice asks. There have been some this year. What exactly are you investigating? Well, it's one of us, Ellis. One of the irregulars. Her name's Daisy, and she disappeared last night. It looks like her home was broken into. Good Lord, that's awful. Ellis's brow furrows. How can I help? Do you have any idea who might have done it or why? Sorry, no. I mean, she's not the normal type of target for kidnappers, is she? They normally take rich people's relatives. Like the kidnapping of Mary Dunsworthy some years ago. A little boy from a family of servants did disappear 2 days ago by the name of Fulcroft, I believe. But no evidence he was kidnapped, but no one knows where he is. Okay, so that was useless to us, except that it's reminding us again about this Fulcroft kid. It does seem like we should be able to solve this Fulcroft kid's mystery. We might just search more around the park, right? 97, 99, to see if there's anyone caught a sight of him. Let me just see if there's a 97 Northwest entry. I mean, there is good reason to pursue this other case, because if the kidnappings are related, there is no 97 Northwest. Yeah, no 97 Northwest. Okay. All right, what else were we thinking? St. James. Oh, is that what happened? Oh, so I marked it wrong. So St. James is in. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so St. James is in Southwest. I don't know why I thought it was up here. It's here. And we went to 98 Southwest, right? And what didn't we see that nothing, we walk around St. James Park, but cannot find anyone who was there. Okay, now let's look at 98 Southwest. Where was the woman concerned? I see Birdcage Walk. Was that woman worried about birds? Was she protection of birds? 41 Stamford Street Southeast. That's different. Any place else we would go to around the park? Buckingham Palace, Green Park, Buckingham Palace Gardens. The kid gets lost in the park. Is there any natural place that the cousin would be looking from? I guess we could look in the other parts here, but not sure why. He's not the first, Anna says, he's not the first that suggested there's no evidence the boy was kidnapped. I think Lestrade said the same. It's true, there's no reason for him to be kidnapped, but there's no reason for Daisy to be kidnapped either. Can I just point that out? And Daisy has been kidnapped, and no ransom left for Daisy either. Those are two kids disappeared without ransom notes. So they do feel connected to me, although you could imagine other reasons why they would claim to have lost their son. They were kidnapped in very different circumstances. Daisy's taken in the middle of the night with someone clearly after her, breaking into her house. But can I point out that the commonalities between these two kids are they're both like low-class kids, although taken in totally different circumstances, assuming that the kid has been kidnapped, which we don't know. It's very true. We don't know that the kid has been kidnapped. But we also don't know the circumstances. If we could find the cousin and talk to her, then she could tell us what happened. What does Lestrade say is the circumstances? Does he tell us? Four-year-old boy disappeared on Saturday. Same day. He disappeared in St. James Park. His cousin was looking after him. She looked away for a moment and the boy was gone. Let me just mark that we did talk to Lestrade at Scotland Yard. Why can we not talk to the cousin? That's very odd. How are we gonna... Let's check the hospital, St. Thomas Hospital, to see if maybe the Wilbur's there getting his stomach treated. That looks like a 29 to me. 29 Southwest. Brian says, this case isn't in the Jack the Ripper box, is it? No, it's not. This case is in Dave Neal's box, which is right there. Baker Street Irregulars, which I think is the best box, actually. The Jack the Ripper box, the Jack the Ripper cases are my least favorite cases. So if you've played those, I think I've seen those in the back of Brian's videos. That's my least favorite box, at least the Jack the Ripper cases are. So if those are your introduction to the game and you weren't having fun with them, that might be why. Okay, I was going to look at 29 Southwest, see if maybe... No entry in 29 Southwest. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping maybe that would be a brilliant idea. There's got to be a way to talk to his family. And boy, we could go to the births and deaths and try to track the cousin. I think we should do that. There's a doctor in today's paper as well. Yes, let's do that. Let's go to births and deaths. National Archives, births, deaths, marriages. Yeah, let's see if we can't get a connection to the Fulcroft kid. Or to Wilbur. 17WC, we're going. I like this idea. Somerset House is closed today. Okay, so much for that idea. Somerset House is closed. How about H.R. Murray, the criminologist? But now we're going towards, now we're just looking at informants. Steppy says, I'm up for following the Shane stuff as well. Yes, I do think... What was the... I'm just looking at the... At the map here about Office of Records. What is Government Offices, Office of Records, 14WC? I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's related. Okay, what about the doctor in the newspaper? Not for dyes. New premises at 4 Sidmouth Street, WC. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if he has any experience with someone going to him. 4 WC. Okay, 4WC says, we arrive towards the end of the day and there's no answer to our knocking. Through a window, we can see a waiting room and a painting of a broad-shouldered man with a large, neat mustache hanging on the wall. Does that description ring a bell? A broad-shouldered man with a large, neat mustache. We've seen that description before. 4WC is Dr. Hugh chatting. Broad shoulder, neat mustache. Where did we see that? It sure does. I believe that someone describes that person to us in one of our early... I believe that's the guy who saw the cab. This is from news. New premises. All ailments and complaints treated. We might want to look up his home address. First, let's find who told us about that person. We have heard the description of that person from someone. Where did we hear that broad-shouldered, neat mustache? I'm thinking it was when we were tracking down Dodger. Should be in our notes, right? I remember writing down the notes about that person, so it's going to be here somewhere. Was it Alan Shane? Was Alan Shane? I think it was Alan Shane. We saw a picture of him. It's not in my notes, but I think it was Alan Shane. And I think we read it when we got to 85 Southwest, or the thing that led us to 85 Southwest. So it was maybe the Church St. Paul's 28 EC. Let's see if that's it. In the middle of the leaflet is a drawing of a middle-aged man with short hair, thin face, and bushy eyebrows. That's not Alan Shane, so that was wrong. So why is it not in my notes if it's someone we talked to? It's not Alan Shane. Let's look at 56 EC, the person when we found Dodger. Goggle-eyed John. Did you see anyone else with him? Dodger comes around, curtains, carrying something. Someone getting in, carrying something big. Hit him with the cane. No description of the man. Well, we're going to have to find it because we heard that description. How about, was he a description of at the marketplace? Well, this is a good reason to keep better notes. Like, why do... This makes me think it wasn't at a location, but rather in the newspaper. Scuffle between an aristocrat and a tattooed farmer. So that's not it. We're going to have to find where we saw that person. Does everyone agree with me that we did read that description? And it says, I don't think this lead related to this case. See above. And it says, there are some leads in all the cases that have a full stop after them, like this 4WC. First I thought it was a mistake, now I think it's something else. I'm not following. What do you mean there are some leads that have a full stop after them? Like 4WC. What do you mean a full stop after them? Oh, I see. 4WC period. That's very curious observation. That this WC has a full stop after the WC. And Anna says, I don't... Broad-shouldered man with a large, neat mustache. Boy, does that sound familiar to me, though. That's really bothering me. Why would I not have written it down? Very troubling. It's really bothering me. No one else remembers that? Jonathan says it doesn't sound familiar to me. Well, maybe I'm imagining it. Maybe it's from a previous case, but boy, did it sound familiar. I might have to turn on that thinking time. I wish I did better. I wish I started marking what leads we've read. So that I could more easily reread them. Well, let's see if we can find Dr. Hugh chatting in the directory as home address. It'll be pretty unusual if we could, based on this other game. Based on this game not having much of the places you can look up. No, we can't look up Hugh Chatting's home address. Boy, do I think... Anna says, let's take a break and go to Alan Shane's home. Okay, so I'm going to put in on my to-do list, find broad shoulder, neat mustache guy entry. Prior to 4WC. All right, we're going to take a break. I'm going to have to find that before we finish this case. I'm going to have to find who mentions that, meets that description. But maybe maybe the thing is to not worry about it for now in case we find some other reference to it. Okay, so Alan Shane at 48WC. So did we look up Shane in the directory? Is that how we got his address? Shane Allen 48WC. Okay, so this is our side case. Let's see what they can tell us about Alan Shane. At 48 Euston Road, the door is opened by a man in his early 40s with short brown hair, a thin face, and bushy eyebrows, dressed all in black. "Can I help?" he asks with an American accent. Seems like this might be the brother because he's got same short hair, bushy eyebrows. Was this the home of Mr. Alan Shane? Asked Wiggins. It was. If you have come to pay your respects or leave a donation, you can do so at the Mount Duke House. No, we haven't. We're here on another matter. Mr. Shane. Oh, you're Mr. Shane's brother. See, he looks like him. Yes, but what's this other business? Well, we wondered if you could tell us more about Mr. Shane. No, I can't. To be honest, I didn't know him that well, as I only moved back to England 4 months ago. He kindly took me in. Why do you want to know this anyway? Well, we're helping the police with the investigation into his death. You are? I can't see why the police would use you lot. If the police have questions, tell them to send someone around with a badge or at least a respectable level of attire. Now I'll bid you good day. He closes the door. Okay, so the brother, newly arrived London, 4 months. He's mean to us. Rude. So he was drowned in a bathtub, it seems. So did his brother kill him? And if so, what evidence could we find about that? We'd like to go to where there's wills and stuff. How about we go to the criminologist? Maybe he can tell us more about the blood found, the soap found in the lungs. And then it's time to go to Porky's. Maybe. All right, 22 Southwest. Let's see if he can tell us anything more about 22 Southwest. Let's also mark this place we just went to on our map. Alan Shane's house, 48 WC. WC. I feel like we could probably 48 WC is all the way up here. We could probably find the trail of that carriage if we really wanted to. But let's keep doing this for a while. Let's go to Murray about Shane's belongings or evidence of him. Yes, so we're on the same page. 22 Southwest. Okay, thankfully Murray is open. H.R. Murray is leaning over a cluttered desk and using tweezers to move something around inside a tray of liquid. Excuse me, Mr. Murray, says Wiggins. Could you help us with something? Certainly. We wondered if you had any evidence related to recent disappearances or children being kidnapped. Oh, you're investigating the case of little Mr. Fulcroft. I'm afraid the only evidence we have from that is the testimony of his cousin. Can we please locate the cousin? Now, the chain case, that's much more interesting. He reaches into a drawer and pulls out some stained, wrinkled clothes. He was dressed in these, but the way he put them on, well, either he was very drunk or he didn't put them on. He had personal items on him, but mostly bundled in one pocket. And there were no items pertaining to Thursday night to suggest he had been out anywhere, no tickets or bills. He had money, an old fob watch, and a membership card for the Cavendish Club. The only item in a separate pocket to the rest was a letter from City and Suburban Bank, which was badly water damaged, but He returns to the tray of liquid, and we now see it has a sheet of paper floating in it. Yes, that could do it. He lifts it from the tray with the tweezers and lays it on the desk. My solution has made the original text clearer. It seems to be informing him that an appointment has been arranged for Thursday morning. The Shane case does sound interesting, says Wiggins. Circle the letter R. Yes, it does sound interesting, like we want to solve it. So circle the letter R, which was at 22 Southwest. Okay, so 22 Southwest is Murray. And we get a bunch of information about the Shane case. And another reminder to find the cousin of Fulcroft. We're going to have to be clever about figuring out how to get to Fulcroft's, how to find Fulcroft's cousin. And maybe we need to look at that ad again about Fulcroft, but let's write down the other stuff. So the first clue is Fulcroft find cousin. But the second thing is about Shane. Okay, so Shane, he was killed in a bathtub and then dressed by his brother and dumped in the river, is what we probably suspect. Mostly bundled in one pocket. No items pertaining to Thursday night to suggest he had been anywhere. No tickets or billed. An old fob watch. Don't know what a fob watch is. Maybe a pocket watch? Okay, so he's got a Cavendish Club membership. We could visit the Cavendish Club. And then a letter from City and Suburban Bank. That sounds familiar. We were that in a previous case, which was badly damaged. He puts it in liquid. And the original text clearer, it's informing him his appointment has been arranged for Thursday morning. So was he going there to disinherit his brother? Okay, so we're on these other cases now while poor Daisy's been kidnapped. So let's visit these two places. So the Cavendish Club and City and Suburban Bank. Let's go to City and Suburban Bank first. Is that the same bank that was in our previous case? Bank, City and Suburban 72 EC. That sounds like our previous case. Where is 72 EC? 72 EC is up here. I guess that's not the same bank as last time. Okay, let's go to 72 EC. So we're going to track down these other cases until they cross over to our case or until we run out of leads and decide to follow back. All right, here we go. Do you have a circled R? I got to start. Really, this has got to be this is in my remedial school for remedial detective school for narrative mystery gamers. I tell you to make a mark when you read a thing so you can check back. And I just haven't been doing it lately. And you guys haven't been reminding me. 72 EC. Okay. It would be very cool if all of these three cases were connected. They are happening in very close temporal proximity. Okay, do we have a circled R? Yes. We speak to Philip Smith, a senior clerk at City and Suburban Bank, and tell him we are working for Sherlock Holmes and investigating the death of one of their clients, Mr. Alan Shane. I'm afraid I cannot discuss our clients, the clerk responds in a quiet, timid voice, fiddling nervously with his blonde hair as he speaks. Perhaps you could just tell us what your meeting with him was about on Thursday morning, suggests Wiggins, that being the day he died. It could be important. The clerk looks worried. I don't like breaking rules, he mutters. We don't respond and just sit, waiting. He drums his fingers on the desk for a few minutes, then opens a drawer and looks at some papers. Very well. I cannot give you specific details about his account, but I will tell you why he wanted a meeting. It was a bit strange. He was asking me when he had withdrawn money during the last few months. I said surely he knew when he had taken money out. He said he wanted to know anyhow, so I told him, yeah, because his brother came and took out money, pretending to be him. And was there anything unusual about his withdrawals? They were more frequent than was the norm, but he had withdrawn the money in person, so I do not understand why he wanted to know. Thank you for your time, Mr. Smith. Okay, so the brother pretended to be him, came, took out money. So, and then he figured it out and came to the bank and checked. So, I think we've pretty much solved that case of Alan Shane. We don't have to come up with proof, but I think we know exactly what happened. So we can almost tie that one up in a bow and it has nothing to do with the kids. Independent. So let's go to the Cavendish Club just to wrap this up. But I think we are done with this little side story. Cavendish Club is 25 Northwest. I think, is everyone in agreement that we basically totally wrapped up what happened with this? We know he was drowned in the bathtub, dumped in the river. Doesn't seem like there's anything more we need to do. Okay. "25 Northwest. No one in the Cavendish Club is very talkative. But on the way out, we asked the doorman if he knew Mr. Shane. Yes, he was a member here, but he hasn't been here in months. He was never a regular attendee. And was there anyone specific he used to meet with here? No, he came by mainly to try to persuade the other members to donate to one cause or another. A few of them got a bit sick of him, to be honest, especially Mr. Tallow. We did think of withdrawing his membership at one point." Mr. Tallow, huh? "But he didn't visit often, and after all, he was only trying to help out people in need, wasn't he?" He pauses a moment, then suddenly adds, "I remember the last time he came because he was with his brother, who'd recently moved over from the USA, he said, and Mr. Shane was showing him around London. The two of them looked very alike." Oh, thanks for your help. So we know now his brother looks like him. And then it mentions a Mr. Tallow. Do we even need to pursue that because we know he's not involved? I suppose for completeness we could look up Tallow and see if he's got an entry. No entry for Tallow, so that's a dead end. We don't need it. Okay, so we're done with Alan Shane. We know his story, his side case. Now, to get our map of 48WC, I just want to make sure we mark it in case they end up being near anything. 48WC. Oh, 48WC at the San Pancras Hotel. Okay, so that's not relevant for us. That's all the way up here, not near anything else. Okay, so we've wrapped up that little side story. Now we've got Daisy, and we've got this Fulcroft kid whose cousin is the key to it. All right. We still got places we can go, but I'm very curious about the Fulcroft family. It was weird that we couldn't find them at their house. So, our indoor servant would make a job for this season. Age 52, married. Wife is an experienced cook. Good references. R. Fulcroft, 30 Lambeth, Southeast. So we went to their house, 30 Southeast. And when we did, we knocked on the door and no one was there. Right? Number 30 is a small rundown house. No one answers the door. And that was pretty surprising that we actually were able to find them in the newspaper. Very odd that we found them and then we couldn't talk to them. But we know they might have gotten hired. So let's see. He's looking for a job when? What paper is that he was looking for a job? I do think we should visit Richard Parker again. Oh, he's missing, and this person's looking for him. Oh, that's even more interesting. I'm just going to make a note to talk to Richard Parker. Okay, I want to come back to that. Oh, I found is the broad-shouldered man with the mustache from the newspaper? Hello, look at this. Broad-shouldered man with excellent mustache and black umbrella who waited at the corner of Mortimer and Great Portland Street for an hour on Wednesday. I took the liberty of painting you. Remember this one? Is that the broad-shouldered man? That's not the one I remember. I don't think that's it. But broad-shouldered man with mustache. All right. 85 Great Portland Street, Northwest. Let's just see if that's in our case. I wonder if that's the one I'm remembering. Well, there's no 85 Northwest, so that's not that. Okay, Richard Parker. Let's read this one because we see in today's paper there's a note to RP. So if you look at this, RP to church by one, or to cross by one, and here Richard Parker, formerly of Shoreditch, who left about the year 1879, was supposed to have gone to Australia, is requested to communicate with the undersigned. Any person giving information whereabouts of Mr. Parker, his wife or heirs will be rewarded. F.S. Totham, solicitor, 38 out S.E. Let's go there. Let's see if this connects to this little case. I wouldn't be I still think we should see if we can't find where they got hired. Where that Fulcroft family got hired. But okay, first let's do this. 38 Southeast. Let's see if this Richard Parker side story has anything to do with us. So it's 38 Southeast. Okay, there's no 38 Southeast entry. Okay, so no Richard Parker in this case. Now, let's find our Fulcroft family. So on the August 23rd, the butler is looking for work. He lists his house. We're trying to find the Fulcroft cousin, remember? Okay, so August 23rd, Fulcroft is looking for work, and he's offering his wife also as a cook. Now, let's see. It wouldn't be anyone from the 8th that he would have found a job with. But could he have found a job with someone else? Cook required. Must be willing to take up a post forthwith. Is it possible that his wife got a job here? 43 Southwest. No. Okay. We also have not come up with a theory of why Daisy would be kidnapped. Where did we lose the thing at St. Paul's? Yes, that's right. Although they tell us a little bit about where it went after St. Paul's. So actually St. Paul's took us to the, when we finally talked to them, they said he went down Cheapside. And then we talked to the Jesuits at 69. They say he might have turned right down Poultry or gone straight Poultry. So it's somewhere in there. We could probably pick it up again. I'm guessing, and if we think it might have been going to 42 eventually, we could maybe pick it up there. I wouldn't be surprised if we have to sort of cross, back up from 42, where the hearse may have been stolen from or taken from, and then go forward and back and find it. But I don't want to do that yet. I want to see if we can't run this down first. There's got to be a way to find Fulcroft's cousin. Where else could Fulcrofts have gotten a job? Any other hiring match in previous papers? That's what I'm looking, but Steppy is better for it. Yeah, we could go to one of our allies. Oh, how about let's visit this person? The person who's in the newspaper is advertising for stopping crime, 11 Southeast. Find a fellow of like mind if you're alarmed at the shocking and dramatic rise of crime. Let's go to 11 Southeast. Let's see if there's anything interesting there. I'm just curious what it's about. Okay, so we're going to the person who left an ad in the paper saying, hey, if you're concerned about crime, come visit me. Welcome, welcome, says a thin, middle-aged man in a waistcoat with short hair and a large mustache. I am Mr. Dridling. Doris, we have guests. He ushers us into a sitting room, and a small, rotund woman, who we assume is Doris, waddles in and pours us all tea. I have only had a few responses to my advertisement so far, says Mr. Dridling in a subdued, serious tone. But from tiny acorns, mighty oaks do grow. The level of crime on our streets has reached untenable proportions, so we must unite to stop it. 11 Southeast, Dridling. This is from the paper. We agree, Mr. Driddling, says Wiggins, taking a gulp of tea. But how do you think we can? Well, I don't know yet for sure, but I have certain plans. He pauses to smile knowingly at Doris, who smiles back. Plans that are, shall we say, a little unusual, and which will soon be coming to fruition. What kinds of plans? Let us just say I'm not as simple as I look, he says with another smile at Doris. I intend to hold the first official meeting of my new organization, a common public united against criminal activity, within the next month, and at said meeting I will explain all. What kind of crime is it you mean? What kind? He looks astonished at the question. All kinds, of course. There are pickpockets, footpads, burglars, murderers, kidnappers, gamblers, and scoundrels on every corner. All kinds, young sir, all kinds. And do you know anything about any recent crimes? Mr. Dridding looks a bit taken aback by the question. Such crimes happen every day, he says solemnly. There is an awkward silence, broken only by Simpson taking a big gulp of his tea. Wiggins stands. Well, we best be on our way now, Mr. Dridding, but thank you for the tea. Oh, thank you, says Mr. Dridding. Do try to make the meeting. We will, replies Wiggins, insincerely, as we make our way out. All right, well, I don't know. It just seems like he's a wannabe detective. A common public united against criminal activity. Maybe we're going to encounter them in a thing, but let us mark where they were just in case. He's like right next to some scene of some crime. 11 Southeast. 11 Southeast is all the way down here in the middle of nothing. We know this is a bad neighborhood of London though, so it makes sense that he's upset. Okay, any other ideas of leads to follow? We tried following Richard Parker. We haven't checked other stables. We haven't visited Porky yet. We haven't found the broad-shouldered, neat mustache man. We haven't followed the cab from Goswell Road to Waterloo before midnight. Although you think that might be, I don't know, could be picking up Alan. Cousin lost him. Family or servants. Found in the Thames Friday night near the West India docks. Let's just make sure where he was. Where's the docks are over here. So probably not relevant for us, really. What about this fight between the aristocrat and the farmer? Do we have tattoo shops here? No, we don't. Let's see what the channel. And it says, I'm the dog with the bone now, but this is exactly the case. You would go to Porky early. Also, we could cross off Porky's. Okay, yeah, let's go to Porky's. I'm okay with that at this point. I do want to check the other stables, but I'm okay with going to Porky's now. Let's see what other informants we have too. So, looking at our paper here, we've been to Lestrade. We've been to Henry Ellis. Somerset House is closed. We've been to Murray. We haven't been to Porky. We're going to go to him now. We haven't been to Langdale Pike. We have been to Jasper Meeks. We haven't been to the librarian yet. We've been to Central Stables, and we certainly haven't been to Sherlock Holmes for advice. So let's go to Porky's 52 EC, which was right up where our person lived, where Daisy lived. So he might have seen something. Okay, 52 EC. Let's see what Porky has to say for us. To us. Okay, Porky is serving a customer, and we stand impatiently for a few moments, waiting for him to notice us. When he finally does, he sidles over and starts cleaning glasses, then mutters, "What can I do for you lads?" One of us, has been kidnapped, whispers Wiggins, noting that a number of unsavory-looking customers are close by. It's Daisy. Porky looks concerned, but shakes his head and whispers, "I don't know anything about that." "What about last night?" asks Wiggins, and Porky narrows his eyes at us quizzically. "Who was in here?" Wiggins continues, "Anyone with gang connections? Or who you think could carry out a kidnapping?" "She was taken from her home, which is very nearby." Gang connections. Potential kidnapper drinking here last night. There was Ricardo Perez, Scatter Williams, and Lucas Knuckles Tarbuck. Were any of them acting suspicious at all?" Porky glances around the room. "I don't know you taking a gander at my customers recently, but anyone who doesn't act suspicious in here stands out like a sore thumb. I do remember that one of them was very interested in something in the day's newspaper, but I can't remember who." Wiggins pauses to absorb this information, then asks, "And do you know Daisy's aunt, Porky? Did you see her yesterday?" Porky laughs dryly. "Ha! I see her most days, but yeah, she was in here yesterday and had a bellyful." We're about to leave when Porky stops us. "Hang on. This might not be related to Daisy going missing, but there are rumors that a certain gent, infamous among thieves, has been up to something recently. This fella is known for his ability to hide things you don't really want people finding. It's normally money, jewels, stolen goods, that sort of thing, but I suppose he might take people." "Thanks, Porky. Do you know any more about him?" "Sorry, mates," replies Porty. "Circle the letter S." "Do you have a circled A?" "Well, we don't have an A. In fact, this is the first time we've encountered something. Oh, that's if you're looking for a Dodger." Okay, so S is at 52 EC. Okay, so if you don't have a circled A, you are nothing. So that's just going to be him talking about where Dodger is. Ricardo Perez is an RP. Very nice point, Anna. Very good point. I did not catch that. Okay, let's make our notes here. So at 52 EC, which is Porky's, he says 3 people. Ricardo Perez, who we should see if he's in the directory. Scatter Williams. Lucas Knuckles Tarbuck. Okay, and Ricardo Perez is RP. And he says, hang on, there are rumors. So this is another point. He says, rumors about certain gent, an infamous thief, has been up to something recently. Up to something recently. Known to hide things. Normally jewelry, but it could be kids too, he says. And when does he say someone was looking at the paper? Were they acting suspicious? One of them was very interested in something in the paper. Okay. So one of these three people, one interested in this paper, which presumably was this entry. Let's find it. We're looking for September's entry. RP 2 cross by 1. So if that's Ricardo Perez, let's see if we can find Ricardo Perez. Infamous among thieves. So there's some discussion about, is it Moriarty? Let's see if we can find Ricardo Perez, though, in our directory. Well, you won't be surprised, given the way these last cases have been, that there is no Ricardo Perez in the directory. So either that's not for this case, not for today, all right, well, let's just make a note. This is RP, Ricardo Perez, but we couldn't find him in the directory. It might be worth go to our Moriarty informant and check the novel announced in the paper. I think that's a pretty good idea, actually. It's not one of our informants, but it is a place that we often has been in the past an informant, which is the toy shop. Where was that? Children's novel at Parsons and Sons Toy Shop, 18 Northwest. Let's just see if there's an entry for 18 Northwest, because Parsons and Son is a place that's often an informant in some cases, or at least in Gaslight it was. Northwest, there's a tiny Northwest section in this game. It's easy. Okay, 18 Northwest doesn't exist, so we can't go there. What's a tartan waistcoat? I can't get him. Is there a tartan waist? I know in Taylor's, is there like a children's? Did we see a children's Taylor at some point? I'm trying to think of ways we could catch that cousin. I'm going to quickly look if anyone's at 97 or 96 Southwest to see if she's cousin is searching the other parks. No. Ability to hide things. So this is more in the chat. Ability to hide things, maybe hide the kidnapped child. Yes, possible, but it still doesn't help us to find it if we can't find that person. We might have to start backing up and seeing if we can't catch another trail of that carriage, given that we can't find anything else, if we run out of other leads. Where are the stables? I did want to see if any of the other stables nearby might know about those horses. So if the underkeepers are here, the hearse place was here. Let me see if there's any stables near here. We've got 5WC. Which would be all the way up here, not likely. 61EC. Which is here. It's not too far away. Northwest, 21 Southeast. That's in our neighborhood. Where's that? 21 Southeast. All right, I'm going to just look if there's an entry in 21 Southeast and 61 EC, just to see if stables are relevant. 21 Southeast. No. And then the other one was 61 EC. No. Okay, so stables are a dead end. Okay. Well, it's time for a break while we look through the papers on our own and we decide where else to go. It seems like we may have to try to go back on the carriage trail again. I'd love to figure out how to find the cousin of the other kid, though. That seems like an important little breakthrough. But let's take a break for 8 minutes. We'll come back and we'll see if we can't get back on the trail of the carriage, unless anyone thinks of something else to do that's more directed. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's 3:30 a.m. We're discussing theories and plans and what to do next. We've got a couple options. We have a couple of informants we can go visit. I'm keen to go to Langdale Pike to see if maybe he knows the family that the Fulcrofts are working for or something. But we've also got the librarian and Sherlock Holmes. I definitely don't want to go to Sherlock Holmes until we really have to, because that seems like a hint. And I don't see any reason why we should go to the librarian. So I think I'd like to go to Langdale Pike, but this might be a good time to pause for a second and just think and talk out a little bit about what our theories are for what happened to Daisy and whether it's connected to this kid that disappeared from the park. They could be completely unrelated. The kid might not be kidnapped, but I will note that there's a real similarity between the two cases. They're both sort of like poor children taken without a ransom note, as if they were being taken for what reason. They're both taken from families that are going to miss them, so you can't really reparent them without them causing a ruckus. And they're not taken, like you could take homeless kids to do bad things with, but this seems much more directed, like you went into Daisy's home to get her. That seems very directed. Like you really wanted to get this one kid, Daisy. Why would you do that? Did she see something? It would be very nice to be able to know whether the two cases are related. That would help us. But what's our theory? If we think she was taken by this guy with the hearse, she was taken in a hearse, but we don't know if she was taken by the guy who works at the hearse or just by a hearse or a stolen hearse. If this RP was connected, then did the person who planned to take Daisy have a plan to meet up with RP at 1 o'clock? And we've got them in that carriage at 10 to 1 here. So where would they be going with the cross? Now, where did we say there were other churches in that direction? Where's our church guide? So in EC, which is that neighborhood, there's the Scottish National Church at 51 EC. But that is in the wrong direction. There's 28 EC, St. Paul's Cathedral. We went there. And that's it. The hearses in the place didn't have white decoration. Well, that's a good point. So you think it's just a hearse, but not a hearse from that place. That's an interesting idea. But it's not clear where. Now there's a coroner at 91 EC. Did we already go to the coroner? '91 EC is coroner. No 91 EC, okay. I do see the docks, the West India docks, which we're told. Oh, that's 97E, that's off our map, okay. Not relevant. Is there any other street here that's like a cross? Was there, cross by one could refer to one southeast right by the bridge. I do think that's worth, right here. Right. I do, that is appealing to me because it looks like the way they would go. Here is what we're saying. The way they would go, and if, especially if they were going towards that Hearst place. So I do like the idea of checking that. That would be a natural place for them to be at by one. I do like that idea. And Anna says St. Mary's Church is at 19 EC. St. Mary's Church is here at the Customs House? That's also quite appealing. 19 EC, St. Mary's Church. Okay, let's check those two places. Let's check both of those places. Let's check the church 19 SE first. Okay, so there's no 19 SE. So it's not at St. Mary's. Now let's try. Sorry, that wasn't East. That wasn't SE. It was EC. 19 EC. I should be looking at. Okay, let's try again. 19 EC. Okay, there is an entry for 19 EC. Okay, so 19 EC. This was Anna's idea. Let's read what it says. No one at Customs House has seen anything useful to our case. You feel you are getting close to your goal. Oh, this is a little nerve-wracking. You feel you are getting close to your goal. If there's a particular location at this section, 19 EC, you want to visit, take the first and second word of that location's name and convert the first letters of both words to numbers. A is 1, Z is 26, see the player's aid. Then multiply them together. Turn to that number location in area EC. If there is no entry for that number, you must go elsewhere. Okay, so this was huge. Okay, so it sounds like Anna has got it right. We found it's at the church. 19 EC, this must have been where they were going. So rather than going down, we'll check one just to make sure. But it seems now like this is where they were headed. You feel you're getting close to your goal, 19 EC. If there's a particular location at this section, 19 EC, you want to visit, a particular location at this location, which could be, take the first and second word of that location's name and convert the first letters of both words to numbers. The first letters of both words to numbers, multiply them together, turn to that number in area EC. So instructions for looking up. So remember, the way we got this is RP to the church by 1. So you could say that we're looking for Saint Mary's or Saint Mary's. Take the first and second word of that location's name, convert the letters of both words to numbers, multiply them together. It's a little confusing what it would want. Take the first letters of both words. So you're saying S and M, and it's reminding us that we can use this to know numbers, but this is 19 and 13. Or customs house. Yes, but I think that's the trick here, is telling us that it's not the customs house, it's the church at this location. That's the trick. So 13, 19, 27, 3, 5, 0, 9, 1. So 7, 247. So 247 would be our number to get the church. Jonathan, I think that's the trick. The trick is that it's not, even though it looks like on the map, it's the customs house. It's testing whether we know, whether we figured out that we're getting there because of this. RP to the church. So 247 EC would be the location. Well, I mean, we can easily just look it up. Shall we just look it up and see if it's there? 247 EC. Okay, it's there. So I think we may have figured it out and solved it. I think this is going to be, we're going to find her here, and this case is going to be over as soon as we look it up, because it's a nice big healthy section. But now let me look up 1 EC. Let me see if there's an entry for one. There's no, okay, so there's no entry for 1 EC, which was the other idea. Let's just draw. So they've come down to the church, and we think Ricardo Perez is going to be waiting there. So I think we're going to have solved it when we look at this 247 EC. The question is, yeah, it was a good call on everyone in pursuing this entry, RP to the cross by 1. It was very good that everyone focused in on that, and Anna stuck with it to think about the place the carriage was going to. But we don't understand what was involved. But we have to remember, this may be what the campaign is continuing, and the game has even given us a hint, and it said, if you're ready to figure it out, you don't need to know why she was taken or by whom. That seems to be a little bit of a clue that perhaps we're not meant to get that answer here. We're perhaps just supposed to find her, but I really don't like that we haven't found the cousin. But I suppose we could read this and then decide whether we should go back and skim and look for the cousin. We haven't even talked to Sherlock Holmes and Langdale Pike. This is a weird situation here. Well, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to read this now, or do you want to put it in our back pocket and talk to Sherlock Holmes and our informants first? Anna's focus on saving Daisy paid off. It's weird because we circled some stuff. John says we could visit Pike first. Okay, let's visit Langdale Pike because I just want to see if we can't find this cousin. Okay, Langdale Pike spends half an hour regaling us with the facts behind Lord Hathgrove's wife's scandalous affair. He then tells us that the pig found in Lord and Lady Fullerton's drawing room was wearing a red neckerchief and that their butler had apparently left the back door open, supposedly by accident. It soon becomes apparent he has no information that will help us find Daisy. Okay. No information will help us find Daisy. What about this King Street? Governess required to attend 3 well-behaved children for a period of 4 weeks. 12 King Street. Let's just look for the King Streets. See if we can cross this off our list of being relevant. Does anyone see where 12 King Street is? I suppose it might even be easier with this. There's a 12, doesn't look like King Street. Maybe it's not easier with this for me. Dowling Street, so it doesn't look like it's southwest. Oxford Street, doesn't look like it's here. I don't see it there. I don't see 12 King Street in any of our neighborhoods. Maybe that's not relevant then. We have no reason to go to the library. Kings Road. It really bothers me that we haven't found the cousin Fulcroft. Really bothers me, but I don't know what to do about it. The Fulcroft kid could have just wandered off. Could he have wandered off to someplace? Where could he have wandered off? Entertainment, St. James Hall, 31 Hanover Square. Where's that? "31 Hanover Square" is here. There were colorful neckerchiefs at the meat market. Also aristocrats scuffling with tattooed farmer. That could relate to the pig, yes. John says, I don't know. I think the Fullcrofts might be part of the campaign if they matter. It felt to me like the Fullcrofts lead often redirected us to Shane's case, which tied more directly to us finding Daisy's route. I don't disagree with you, but then we found several places where the Fullcroft's cousin is explicitly mentioned, and Lestrade even says, like, her testimony is the only testimony we have. It really felt to me like we should be able to talk to her. She's watching the kid. She turns around and he's gone. I'm going to go to 41 Southeast, which is right next to our hearse and where the bird sanctuary woman is, just to see if there's an entry there. There isn't. I mean, the Fullcroft could be completely red herring. It just feels like it's a red herring we're meant to resolve, to me. But you're right, it could be part of a bigger case, depending how this one ends. All right. I guess I'm going to suggest we read that entry. That is probably going to find her, and maybe we're going to find the other kid there too. Or maybe we're going to learn enough about where he was. There's no previous entries about RP, right? Previous personals. Richard Parker. All right. Why don't we read that entry that we think where Daisy is, and maybe we'll find the Fullcroft kid, and then there's no point in trying to find him. Otherwise, he's the only remaining mystery we're trying to wrap up here. So, is everyone okay with reading the final entry? And then, depending on what we read there, we may decide to go back and skim the other entries and see if we can catch on to Fullcroft's lead. Jonathan says, it does feel like the Fullcrofts have been hired on and are living somewhere else now, but we've never found a location where they were hired, right? That's what it sounds to me. Like, we know they're looking for servant work the week before. And we don't know where they're working now. That's right. And we found a couple entries that looked like they might be hired, that they might have hired them on, but we were never able to find them there. But maybe it's going to be an answer when we go to the church. So are we ready to try the church? Everyone on board looking at the church, or just people want to go to other places first? I mean, we could go to Sherlock Holmes. We could go to Sherlock Holmes. He might give us a hint about whether we should be trying to find the Fullcrofts. All right, John says right to church. Anna says yes. Okay, so we're going to go right to the church rather than short combs, and then we'll circle back. Okay, so it's a special entry, 247, when we multiply the numbers. And here it is, 247 EC. Let us see what it says. We wander into the churchyard past many old decaying graves. Some are laid with fresh flowers, and we wonder, who could be laying flowers for people who died so long ago? The minuscule, squat, fortress-like Saxon Church of St. Mary hides at the southern end of the graveyard, and we slowly push open its heavy wooden doors. Inside, the stained glass windows send colored shafts of rippling light through the pews and stone floor. It has a hypnotic effect, and we stand in silence for a moment. On a table are some hymn sheets which bear the name of the priest, Reverend Bartholomew Wist. The church appears to be empty. Look there, whispers Simpson, pointing. On a flagstone in the center aisle, something small and round is glinting in a band of light from the window. Wiggins picks it up. It's Daisy's lucky coin, he says, his eyes wide. Remember, she was carrying the coin that had a piece out of it. We all look around us, wondering why she was brought to this place and where she could be now. Maybe this isn't the end of the case. The ancient church is dotted with small doors of iron and wood, some in the side chapels, one behind the altar, and one trap door under a huge black chest. We soon discover they are all locked. We could probably pick a lock if we knew where she was, remarks Wiggins in a tone of despair. Do you have a circle D? If not, you leave the church. Well, we do have D. We found that early on. Return to the church whenever you want. If you do, read on. Okay. Just then we become aware of a whining and scraping noise. It's Dodger, and realize it has been going on for some time. It seems to be coming from a red curtain at the back of the church, and we make our way over to it. Slowly we draw back the curtain to find Dodger scratching at a small door. He can smell Daisy, says Simpson. That must be it. The door is sturdy and secured with a large bolt and padlock. Wiggins studies it for a minute. I think I can pick this, he says, but it may take some time. I can hear someone coming, says Simpson. Distract them, lads, hisses Wiggins, withdrawing a steel pin from his pocket and inserting it into the padlock. We run out from behind the curtain and scatter ourselves around the church. Tinker pulls an old tennis ball from his pocket and throws it to Simpson, who laughs loudly and jumps onto a pew, throwing the ball back. The man who enters is evidently the priest, a tall, raven-like man with dark hair and a large pointed nose, on which are perched a pair of small spectacles. He's evidently surprised to find a whole host of street urchins playing games in his church, and we expect him to shout at us, but instead he just stops and stares. We continue to throw the ball until it lands on a pew near him, and he picks it up. Leave now, he says. Sorry, Governor, says Tinker. No offense, you know. We just thought. This is a place of worship, not of play, says the priest. He stops and scans us, his eyes small and dark, and we realize there is something distinctly unpriest-like about him. Can we have our ball back? Asks Simpson. The priest raises his hand to show there is nothing in them. What ball? He asks. Then we see his eyes move to the curtain covering the small door. He walks towards it. We want our ball, shouts Simpson, jumping into the priest's path. We are all surprised when, without breaking his step, the priest claps a hand to Simpson's head to knock him aside. Simpson, undeterred, grabs hold of the priest's leg. The man looks down at Simpson like a piece of dirt is stuck to his shoe, his face contorted into an expression of sheer disdain. The rest of us run to assist Simpson when there is a loud shout from the direction of the curtain. Everyone pauses, then two figures emerge. It's Wiggins and Daisy. The priest's face drains of all color. "Who are you?" he asks coldly. "Sorry, Governor. We were just playing games in your church, that's all," says Wiggins. "We realize this isn't what the place is meant for and all, but then I don't think it's meant for keeping people locked up in tiny cupboards either, is it?" The priest glares at Wiggins. "Tell you what, let's both apologize to the landlord. You know, his nibs." Wiggins glances upwards, "and maybe he'll forgive us, though, to be honest, I think we got a bit better chance than you." We are now at the door to the church, and the priest is still standing, motionless and silent, watching us. We feel a moment of fear, thinking perhaps he knows something we don't, and maybe people are waiting for us outside the church, but we emerge into the sunshine with no sign of anyone, apart from an old lady in a pink shawl carrying a basket of eggs who's placing flowers on one of the graves. She looks up and smiles as we pass, showing broken teeth and golden brown eyes. "Lovely day, dearies, isn't it?" she asks. "Certainly is, ma'am," says Daisy with a grin. "One of the loveliest." We make our way out of the graveyard and head for Baker Street. Dodger follows, jumping and yapping excitedly at the heels of his rediscovered owner. "You have rescued Daisy. If you are investigating or want to investigate any other mysteries, you may continue to follow leads to try to solve them. Otherwise, turn to the questions and solution." Okay, so it's an interesting situation where we've rescued Daisy, but that sounds like not what we're going to be asked questions about. Perhaps. We know we're going to be asked questions about Alan Shane, and we've solved that. But now it feels like perhaps the Fulcroft mystery is one we are meant to solve. I don't know if we're meant to solve more about this priest. We were given his name, so let's... 247 EC. Was it his name we're given? Bartholomew Wist. And he seems evil. And then there's a lady, basket of eggs. Who's caring for the graves. Is the priest the mysterious man that Porky told us about who's good at hiding things? That's an interesting idea. Can we talk to Daisy and ask her what happened to her? Wouldn't that be a natural thing to do? "Hey, Daisy, who kidnapped you and why?" I think maybe now we go to Sherlock Holmes and see what he has to say. It's weird that that doesn't have a circle anything, so like, this is a weird case. All right, let's go to Sherlock Holmes and see what he says. Maybe he'll tell us something about what he expects us to do in this case, 42 Northwest, or maybe he'll tell us nothing. Okay, here's Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Hudson tells us Holmes left early this morning and she has not seen him since. I've been tidying some of the newspapers in his room, she says. Scattered all about they were. We tell her about Daisy's kidnapping and ask her to pass on the message to Holmes when he returns. You have circled A, S, or both D and X. If none of these apply, go elsewhere. Otherwise, read the relevant sections below. Okay. If you have a circled A, we don't have that anymore. Circled S. Circled S we have. You say this porky gentleman said someone was looking at something in the newspaper. Have you checked the newspaper thoroughly? Mr. Holmes says the personal column can contain all manner of deviousness. Okay, so it's just a little hint to find that RP. If we have D and X, which we do, this carriage seems to have disappeared, you say. That reminds me of when my friend Mabel disappeared on Oxford Street. I wandered around for a while looking for her until I realized she had said that she intended to visit Selfridge's for a new hat, and that was where she was, not on the street at all. Now, do you dares want some tea? No, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. We'd best be off. Well, so it's just pointing us towards the carriage. She disappeared on Oxford Street. I wandered looking for her. She said that she intended to visit Selfridge's for a new hat. That's where she was. I mean, we know where the carriage went. We assume it got delivered to this place. Doesn't really help us, though. If we look up Bartholomew Wist, W-H-I-S-T, you won't be surprised to know he's not in the directory. Well, let's mark that church where we found her. So we've got an interesting situation here. John says, I think the Selfridge clue is just pointing out we have to figure out the destination eventually and can't just follow the road all the way. I think that's not a bad point. The interesting situation we're in now is that we think we've solved the one side case of Alan Shane, but I feel like we're supposed to figure out where the other kid went, and I feel like finding his cousin is the key to that. Anna says the carriage was the church's, right? The one they used to bury people. That's not a bad guess at all. It is a cemetery there, so it's probably their hearse. Probably not the hearse belonging to this company. That makes sense. We still don't know why they kidnapped Daisy. We don't know if we're supposed to know why they kidnapped Daisy. Let's read this instruction thing about if you can't find her. If you can't find her, go to the questions. You will get points for how much you know about where she is and where she got there. So, no hint about any side cases. We could look at the questions, because Jonathan says, I'm not convinced we can solve the missing boy case. Maybe take a break, mark off locations we've seen in the clue book, and see if anything big seems left. It does seem like the one clue that stuck to me was thinking that I had seen the broad-shouldered man with the neat mustache at the doctor's office. We could also peek at the questions and see if they ask anything about the other kid. Or I could quickly scan through the book and see if anything mentions her. Family are all servants. Southwest. What do Anna and Steppy think? Yeah, so we've got a couple of choices here. We can look at the questions to see if they're asking us about this other case. We could look through the things, see if we can find... I could skim through the clue book and see if there are any big clues we missed that would cause us to back up. Anna says go to questions. Steppy Barry says, yeah, I'm okay with that. All right, so we're going to go to the questions. If the questions ask us about that kid, the other kid, then we'll stop. All right, so here we are. Should we take a break first? Let's peek at the question. Okay, peeking at the questions. Who kidnapped Daisy? Who was holding Daisy captive? Where were they? How was she transported after being kidnapped? Have you found and released Daisy? Okay. Who married Alan Shane? Why was he married? Shane married? How was he married? Murdered? What can you deduce about the pig found at Fullerton's? Okay, so none of the questions were about the Fulcroft kid. The only side cared more about the pigs than anything else. Okay, so I guess we're not going to expect to find more information about that kid. At least the questions don't ask us about it. That's the second time in these latter cases by Dave Neal that I've really felt like there was some other mystery to solve, and there wasn't. Now, what do we know about the Fullerton pig situation? Because it does want us to answer about that. We read about that, right? Who did we read? It was Langdale Pike told us a little bit about that, but we didn't pay much attention to it because it seems so insignificant compared to our other cases. Let's read what he tells us again. Tells us that the pig found in Lord and Lady Fullerton's drawing room was wearing a red neckerchief, and that the butler had apparently left the back door open, supposedly by accident. Okay, and Steppy mentions there was colored neckerchiefs at the meat market, and that's right. So this Steppy was saying exactly what I was thinking. we're told that the aristocrat was scuffling with the tattooed farmer, so probably the farmer put the pig in there as revenge, as part of a scuffle. Like that was the revenge of the farmer dropping a pig in their house to make a mess of it. I think that's what it is. And we could look at the meat market clue again, but I think that's going to be it. So 44 EC was the meat market. I don't think... animals and blood, butchering woman... Small mouse-like man who's busy tying colorful neckerchiefs on his livestock to keep track of them. There's lots of gossip about a recent scuffle between an aristocrat and the tattooed farmer who apparently said he'd been cheated out of money. So I think the Pullertons cheated him out of money, and he dropped a pig in there as revenge. Is that what we think happened? Yeah. We can't talk to the Pullertons, can we? Can we visit their house? They're surprised to discover a pig. I think he just did it as a prank. He put one of the pigs in there. I suppose if we could visit the Pullertons, we could ask them about it. But we can't visit them because they're not in the directory. Okay, so I think we're ready to answer it. So let's do this. Let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll solve the case and talk about it a little bit. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've finished the case and we're now going to answer the questions here, and then we'll talk about our thoughts on this case. So here we are at the questions. Let's see. What happened? Who kidnapped Daisy? Well, the Reverend Whist. Do we need to know who was driving the hearse? I mean, she was deposited at the church. Let me back up for a second. I went through the case book, the clue book, to look for any leads we didn't read, and I didn't find any significant stuff to read. Anna says it was Perez. It was Ricardo Perez disguised as the Reverend. Well, all right, let's look at this. Everyone agrees that it's Perez, but Jonathan says Ricardo Perez disguised as the Reverend. Steppy says Ricardo Perez asked by the Reverend. Disguise makes more sense. That's interesting. So, well, no, I don't think I agree with that. I don't think it was this. Ricardo Perez to the church by one. So, I agree that it's Ricardo Perez in the hearse is the one who actually did the kidnapping. Whether he's disguised as the priest or not, he was clearly tasked to bring her to the church. So I think it's Ricardo Perez. Whether he is that, we're told it's Bartholomew Wist who's the preacher. But the priest posted the ad to Perez, so it was Perez that kidnapped her. So we're going to say Ricardo Perez in the hearse. Okay. Next question. Who is holding Daisy captive? Where are they holding her? So now we think this is Reverend Wist in St. Mary's. How was Daisy transported after being kidnapped? By hearse. Have you found and released Daisy? Yes. Okay, so who kidnapped Daisy? Richard Perez. Who was holding her and where? I think that's Reverend Wist in the church. He's just got to be a bad preacher. How was Daisy transported? By hearse. Have you found and released Daisy? Yes. Next, second series. Who murdered Alan Shane, his brother? Why was he murdered? Because Shane, or Alan Shane, discovered brother withdrawing money from his account, pretending to be him. How was he murdered? He's drowned in bathtub. What can you deduce about the pig found at Fullerton's? Our answer there is left by tattooed farmer as punishment from meat market as punishment. All right, do we all agree with all those? What can you deduce about the pig found at Fullerton's? It came from the meat market and it was probably left there as a prank or as revenge for not paying. All right, let's read the answers here. If anyone has any alternative answers they want to get on the record, now is the time before we turn over and read. Any disagreements with any of those before we turn over? Johnson's going to say he's going to stick with disguised Perez for drama. Then the only problem with your theory, Jonathan, is who left the ad for him. Someone told him to be at the church by one. But it could have been someone else. Okay, here we go. Who kidnapped? The answer is Ricardo Perez, so we got 25 points for that. Who's holding her? The priest of St. Mary's in his church. So that was correct. The Reverend Wist. That was the one Jonathan was going to disagree with for fun. How did they transport? In a hearse. So we got that right. If you have found and released Daisy, you get 25. So we got 100 points. Perfect for that. Okay, who killed Alan Shane, a brother? So we got 15 points for that. Why? Because he had just found out his brother had been impersonating him to withdraw money. So we got our 15 points for that. How did he kill him? His brother drowned Alan while he was in the bath, then dressed him, put money and other items in his pocket to make look like he had gone out for the evening, then threw his body in the Thames. All right, we got that right. What can you deduce about the pig? It came from the meat market. The tattooed farmer released it into the Fullerton house because he believed Lord Fullerton had cheated him out of money. The Fullerton butler was probably an accomplice or bribed to leave the back door open. This was, I think, Jonathan's final point. Actually, no, Anna says the butler left the door open. Maybe he doesn't like his masters either, cheating poor people out of money. So Anna would get that last 5 points. I'm not sure I would have thought of that. But okay, so again, we got a perfect score, not counting how many leads we had to follow, which we never worry about. Okay, so everything we got right, every point. And it even got the point about the butler left the back door open on purpose because he was angry or bribed. All right, let's read the actual epilogue solution here for this case. The dog in the night who was Dodger. If you have not yet rescued Daisy, then we do so with Holmes' help. Read 56E and all of 247. Then return here. If you've rescued Daisy, read on. Holmes has listened attentively to all of the details of Daisy's kidnapping. He clasps his hands together and is silent for a moment, then summarizes the trail that led us to Daisy. As Dodger had headed directly towards Southampton Row, the first step was to ask someone at the junction if they had seen which way he went. A witness here indicated a fiddle player busking on the near corner of Red Lion Square outside number 11 WC. The fiddle player said he had seen Dodger run down Thibault's Road as far as you could see. From the corner of Red Lion Square, one could see at least to the junction with Gray's Inn Road, and possibly a little beyond. If no one at 47 or 60 EC had seen Dodger, we would deduce that he had turned onto Gray's Inn. However, Dodger had been seen on Clerkenwell, crossing the rail line, then turning left. This leads directly towards 49 and 59 John Street, and a witness there said Dodger had stopped outside number 56 of that same street. Outside number 56 was Goggle-Eyed John, who had seen Dodger chasing a man in a small black carriage some time after midnight. The carriage then headed off south down St. John Street, eventually taking Daisy and her kidnapper with it. Before attempting to track the journey of the carriage, a visit to the Raven and Rat was in order, it being so close to Daisy's aunt's house and the spot where the carriage waited. Porky Shinwell gave the names of some potential culprits who were drinking there on Sunday night, and also passed on a rumor that a notorious person of the underworld, who had an uncanny ability to hide stolen goods, had been active recently. Importantly, one of the possible culprits he named was Ricardo Perez, whose initials appeared in the personals column of Sunday's Times. So, back to the journey of the mysterious carriage. At Smith Meat Market, there were tracks indicating a small carriage had passed through at speed, which suggested the carriage had not turned, as to do so it would have needed to slow down. Rather, it must have crossed the market and gone straight down Guildspur Street, or one of the side streets to the southeast. Sunday's Times carries an advertisement for an all-night vigil outside of St. Paul's on Sunday night. And as the carriage had potentially headed from Smith Market in the direction of St. Paul's, it was clearly beneficial to speak to someone from that vigil. A visit to the office of the organizers, the Mount Duke House of Faith and Charity, did indeed provide the information that a small black carriage had passed at speed, heading east down Cheapside. Now, here was the point where all the strands came together. The trail of the carriage appeared to have run cold, but there were still clues to go on. The carriage was unusual, being small with no windows and curtains all around, a description which is highly suggestive of a hearse. A visit to the carriage stables or any undertaker's, while not necessary, would have confirmed the carriage as such. Then we have the mysterious message for RP in the Times. RP to cross by 1. Evidently, RP could be Ricardo Perez, and the message could be giving him some kind of instructions. But what were they? By 1 could mean by 1 o'clock. And the carriage carrying Daisy left St. John Street after midnight and passed St. Paul's Cathedral just before 1. That would seem to fit the time frame, but what about the small sign? Is it a dagger or a crucifix? Whatever it is, it seems likely to be part of the message which told Ricardo where to go by 1 a.m. with his delivery. So then, we must consider what place could be symbolized by a dagger or a crucifix, and when combined with the fact that the carriage was a hearse, one particular place comes to mind: a church. A quick consultation of the London map and directory reveals 2 churches in the area that the carriage was last seen: the Jesuit Church and St. Mary's. And indeed, who would be so good at hiding stolen items or stolen people as a priest? A church can have many bolt holes, crypts, and hiding places, and it is unlikely any police chief would ever think to issue a search warrant for it. Mr. Colwhip from the night vigil said he had seen the carriage pass the Jesuit Church. That leaves only St. Mary's, and there indeed young Daisy was found. It seems so simple when you say it, Mr. Holmes, says Wiggins with a grin. We have all felt a sense of joy and relief since rescuing Daisy. We now all sit sipping hot chocolate and idly playing at checkers in Holmes's room at Baker Street. But we are left with an important question, Holmes continues. Why did they take you, Daisy? Daisy squints, then clicks her tongue thoughtfully. I think they wanted information, Mr. Holmes, she says. Go on, Holmes says, his eyes narrowing, like mine. Well, when I was in that small, cramped carriage, tied and held down by that brute Perez who'd snatched me from my aunt's house, he spoke to me. He was a short fellow with black hair and a thin mustache, and he had a faint accent of some kind, perhaps Spanish. He said, "You one of those who goes out looking for trouble, are you? What you been up to recently? Why have you been snooping around asking questions, eh?" I just kept my mouth shut, Mr. Holmes. Finally, he said, "Well, we will have it out of you tomorrow, one way or the other." Then we stopped and I was dragged into the church, managing to drop my lucky penny from my pocket on the way in. And it was right. She dropped it. She dropped that coin on purpose. It's unfortunate the police have been unable to trace Ricardo Perez, says Watson. He could have been a useful source of information. Holmes says nothing but nods and refills his pipe, then turns toward the window. Turns towards the window. Leaving him to his thoughts, we resume our celebrations, and Simpson challenges Dr. Watson to a game of chess, so we all gather round to watch. We do not feel as free or happy as we were a few moments before, however, as Holmes' question has brought out the dark implications of Daisy's kidnapping. Someone, it seems, is after us. Simpson beats Dr. Watson, though the doctor keeps insisting he cheated, and we all collapse by the fire and turn to reminiscing about some of our most puzzling cases. 2 hours later, when we leave, Holmes is still sitting at the window, and as we glance in his direction to say farewell, the words hang at our lips unsaid, because a darkness in his expression sends a shiver down our spines. His face is set still and intense, his mouth pressed firmly closed around his pipe, and his eyes appear focused on something very far away, something only he can see. You're one of those who goes out looking for trouble. What have you been up to recently? Why have you been snooping and asking questions? We'll get it out of you tomorrow. And it says, maybe in case 10 we'll see something big is going to happen. Okay, so then it just gives us how Holmes would have solved it. All right, the dog in the night. Our thoughts about this case. I'll give my thoughts first, although Anna gave some thoughts and I think we're in agreement. I would say this might be my least favorite of the cases. It wasn't terrible. It felt a little gimmicky. Like, I do like traveling around the map looking for things. It was fun to have this spatial thing where we tracked the dog. First we tracked the dog. Oops. We tracked the dog all the way. Guess it's not going to work. We tracked the dog all the way, then we tracked the... Let's see if we can pick a color here. It was fun to track everything. We tracked the dog up to his house, and then we tracked the carriage down and through it. It was kind of fun to do that. But it didn't really feel like it was challenging our mental deduction. It was almost like one of those branching things where you're having a fight and it doesn't matter what you pick. You're just going to either get told it's more to your left, more towards your right. It was more fun when we lost track of it and then had to go follow some other things. And there were some pieces we had to put together, like the message in the paper was for our culprit and connecting those two pieces. And there was some teamwork involved in figuring out that it was probably related to that note and that turned out to be Ricardo Perez. There was some real teamwork at work, and you could see if one of us didn't help solve one thing, we could have gotten stuck longer. As it was, we were never really stuck for long. But we really didn't have much trouble finding it. And I would say there are two real problems with this case for me. The first one is that it's now been a couple of cases where it really felt like there was a mismatch. We talked about the trust in the designer, and Dave Neal has earned my trust through these games. But I feel like in the first half of the cases in this box, when there was someone we wanted to look up, we found them. And when there was a case that I was confident a little side case we would be able to solve, we were. And this is now the second or third case where I felt like I was getting signals from the designer that we should be able to solve a piece of a case, and the designer did not have the intention that we solve it. I think there's some very odd choices Dave Neal made in this case involving this Dudley Fulcroft kid who disappears and was kidnapped. Because the ending of this case makes clear that Daisy's kidnapped because she's poking her nose around something that she shouldn't be. And we've got no suggestion that this Dudley Fulcroft kid is. And there's sort of an unspoken... gets part of the meta-analysis, and Jonathan was saying, I don't think this Fulcroft kid, you may be able to solve it. To me, after you hit the fourth or fifth clue that mentions this side story, we talked about them to Lestrade, we found him in the newspaper, we found the family in a different newspaper, We can go visit the park. Like, by the time you get the 5th clue about a case in the booklet, to me, that says, yes, this is a case you should pursue and try to solve. It's a very odd choice to make that not solvable and yet the pig be the thing you get questions about. That just seems very odd and wrong to me. And this gets back to the discussion I had with Dave Neal about the order that these cases were designed, and him saying that the second half of the cases he designed first, and then over a course of a year he started designing the other cases, the earlier ones in the box, and how his philosophy about wrapping things up evolved. And I think we're probably seeing that. I think it may be that in these cases that he designed first, which is what we're playing, these cases he did before he did the other cases, he may have been more of the opinion that having these unsolvable side cases that never get resolved were useful in distracting and misleading the player. And on paper, you can see making that case. Like, okay, how do we make it more confusing for the player? How do we throw the players off the trail? Let's create these unresolved half mysteries, put lots of clues about them throughout the book that make the players think that something else is happening. So let's have a kidnapping of a kid that never gets explained, that's inexplicable, and we'll put enough leads about that to really make them think the two are related. And so on paper that works, and maybe in real life that kind of thing happens, right? Like in real life you're tracking a serial killer and you have other people that get killed and unexplained. But from a player standpoint, that's frustrating. It's frustrating to feel like here's a case that we should be able to solve, and the game being very ambiguous about it. And I think this is a difference between the latter cases. If you look at the first cases in this box, with which Dave Neal designed last, there are cases where there are these red herring trails that aren't related, but you are able to tie them up. And I think that's the difference. The fact that we couldn't find the cousin to talk to is frustrating and seems unfair. Like, if we wanted to resolve that, we should have been able to talk to the cousin, to find the cousin, talk to them, and figure out that this was unrelated. It's an odd decision by the designer to not let us talk to the people involved. At the very least, talk to the people that should be wanting to talk to the cops and investigators. I think that's a bad choice. So that was the first problem. The second problem, though, was just that there was not enough meat on the bones of this mystery. When we finally got to the church, it just said, come up with this code that just required us to know it was the church that they went to, and then bang, it was all solved. I think we needed more. We needed more of a spatial puzzle to figure out where the hearse went. That was not enjoyable enough. It was not tricky enough to figure out where the carriage went. I wanted more. I wanted us to grind to a halt and really have to think outside of the box how we would figure out where the hearse went. Whereas for me, it felt like the path there was too straightforward, and once we got there, we knew exactly what to calculate. Let's look at what the chat says. Anna says, it didn't feel like a whole case. It was her least favorite. John says, it felt like highs and lows to me. Some of the past stuff we found in the paper was cool. I'm not sure it all paid off. I do feel like there were some deflated dead ends when we thought we found something big. Anna brought up where would it rank, brought up a different issue for me. Not that I don't feel most of the cases tell a very memorable story. While playing them, I feel they're enjoyable. But I had to relook at notes to remember what all the previous case plots were. Steppy says, I think it doesn't help that while the tracking was fun, our main mystery also is intentionally left a bit open, not mostly searching for the how, but not the why and not the who. So the only really concrete thing this go around was Shane's very simple story. Yeah. I think it was a case where I had the most fun in a moment-to-moment basis. I agree that the dead ends and things we couldn't follow up on were very deflating. Yeah, if you view it as the part one of the next case, then maybe it's okay that we're going to learn that stuff in the next case. Steppy says, I don't know if case 10 will follow up on the Daisy thing or other details, but if it does, I think the intro should have been more upfront maybe, because based on how other cases of the campaign were connected, this one felt like it was going to be standalone as well. I would also say that we had that one case. Here's an interesting dynamic that occurred. We had the one case that was the woman who left dinner in the middle of dinner, right? No one died. No one was kidnapped. There was no criminal. Just a woman. She was brought a necklace. She disappeared. That case, I was basically in tears by the time we read the epilogue. It was very emotional. Now look at this case. Here's Daisy, this girl we've come to like, innocent kid, kidnapped, and yet no emotion, no concern. Now, how can that be? Think about how odd that is. Here is a case where this girl, who's part of our team, was kidnapped. Her sad dog was injured, limping, and was trying to find her. It didn't quite resonate. It didn't quite emotionally connect in that way. That is very odd that if you put the two on paper, the one with the woman leaving dinner early shouldn't be so emotionally resonant. And the one with our kidnapped little girl who we like should have been. And I think there was something that missed here emotionally. A rare miss for David Neal. And I'm not sure why. Part of it was the setup. Part of it was when you read the introduction, it seems like it almost guarantees you're going to rescue her at the end. So it's sort of like from that very instruction at the beginning of that, it sort of removed any fear from us about what had happened to her. And I think that was a big part of it. I don't know what else was missing. A little bit of the emotional writing about her, the fact that the mother didn't care, that I'm not sure how to explain, and maybe we got to, everything was resolved. Like the first clue as to where she was got her, rescued her, right? Like the first, we're just tracking this carriage. The first clue that we thought we knew where she was, there was it. She was out. She's out behind the scenes while we're distracting the priest. For some reason, there was no real sense of danger. She didn't seem like she was upset by the whole thing. She's like, hey guys, I'm out. Let's go back to playing checkers. She didn't seem upset. The only part that was kind of cool is when the dog is scratching at it. But for some reason, it wasn't written quite emotionally the way the restaurant case was. And I'm not sure exactly why, but I do think it's more confirmation that that it's not about writing a weighty moment that makes something sort of emotionally resonant. This gets back to the idea of, you don't have to make a game about the end of the world to make players care. You can make a story about a woman who disappeared and the man who's in love with her, and that makes you cry. and a kidnapped girl doesn't. Something about connecting with the human emotion of it is sort of independent on the weight of the importance of something on paper. And if you don't write it correctly, it doesn't carry that weight. John says, it felt like a sandbox to me where different players could follow different trails to the solution. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like, some of the circling about tracking down the carriage and the dog seem to be built for if the players didn't follow the dog. But to me, it was like, it all felt very linear. Like, we follow the dog, then we follow the carriage, and then we just sidetracked. I think we could have followed the carriage right to the church right from day one and not looked at Alan Shane, not looked at anything else. It was only our sort of commitment to explore the other areas that had us not solving this much earlier. Jonathan says, I don't know. I had to look in my case to even remember the Tiger Eye case. Really? I remember the Tiger Eye. I remember the restaurant that she walked out on that guy. Anna says, good point. We didn't really care, and no one in the story cared. I mean, that's perhaps part of the thing. Like, Lestrade was joking. Everyone was acting like she's missing. Oh, well, she'll come back. I think Anna's right. No one else cared about her being missing, and the other kid was missing, and no one seemed all that concerned about that. Jonathan says, I feel like I'm being a bit more negative than usual, but I find it very interesting. I feel I remember most of the plots for the mystery games I've played, but here I feel like I don't remember most of the cases even a few weeks later. I don't know. I remember a couple of the cases in this box quite well, but I know what you're saying. Steppy says, Case 7 had more interaction with characters overall, so we could talk to people and get their points of view and insights. This, to me, I'm agreeing with Steppy. By the way we were tracking here meant we were talking to strangers most of the time as well. I do agree. This almost felt like a little bit of Bureau of Investigation in that, like, it felt to me like a lot of the entries in this book were, if you talk to different people on different corners, they're pointing you in the direction of the carriage. It felt a little more like busy work to me, rather than doing real deduction. And I feel like we were really lucky to have Steppy finding stuff in the papers. I don't know. I think we might have come to more roadblocks if we didn't have Steppy to find some entries in papers that were older, but I don't think that's an enjoyable way to hide information. Having to go through more and more of these papers to find older information that might be relevant. And I do think it was a little, like, I'm used to being able to visit more places that are mentioned in the newspaper just for fun. I felt like there was less of that here, less fun places to go that aren't related to the cases. And it says, this could have been a half-hour case. Jonathan Warner says, Dave Neal, 90% love the writing. I'm definitely the minority. I just find it interesting personally. I'm not sure what you're saying, Jonathan, about your view. I mean, these remain some of the best written cases in all of the Sherlock Holmes boxes. I would just agree with Anna that this is at the sort of bottom of the cases ranked. It almost feels like it's not infrequent that what we find is that it almost feels like you've played half a case. So maybe like you could imagine case 9 and 10 could have been part of one long case. And then this might have been a reasonable prelude to the longer case, but it's been split up. So we'll sort of have to see how case 10 turns out. But I think Well, Steppy Berry mentions case 3. So case 3 was another tracking case, but much richer, meatier, satisfying, requiring real out-of-the-box thinking. And I think that's right. I think you can compare this case. I think case 3 and case 9 are interesting to compare side by side if you watch them both and see how they handle the feeling differently. Although Steppy Berry says, I definitely super enjoyed the moment to moment here, even though it felt like there were a lot of dead ends. There was something else I was going to say here. Here's the other thing about this. It's a little weird, the lead up between these two cases, because here, let me set it up this way. It feels like case 9 is setting up case 10, right? But if I look at case 9 and look at sort of what are the intriguing unanswered questions, for me, they're about that other kid that got kidnapped or something. But it feels like Dave Neal has in mind that he's not going to come back to that, that is not important. And that what is going to be important are the details of why she was being kidnapped and taken to the church. But it didn't feel like the game left unanswered questions for there. The only questions that's unanswered there is sort of like who is behind it. That's a weird choice. I would think it would be better to make, there's no like nagging mystery in the back of my mind. Except who is she asking questions about? Yeah, I don't know. This felt like a bit of a miss for me in this case. Although, like the tracking of the carriage was a little bit fun, the spatial thing, and having the maps, being able to track it on the map, but maybe as the beginning of another case. But that's not important now for the next case. And there was nothing about tracking the path of that carriage that made us think out of the box. We basically just tracked the carriage to the end and then rescued her at the end of the carriage without knowing why she would be taken to the church. It wasn't someone's home. It wasn't a criminal's location. That was weird. That was a little disappointing to me. I thought maybe we could track it far enough and then lose its trail and then figure out who would have taken her, and then maybe knowing that we would triangulate. Okay, well, you can't win them all. It was still a fun case, and we've got only one more left to play, which I guess we'll play next week. Jonathan says, when Anna said, where would you rank this case? The only other case that popped into my head was case 6. I couldn't recall what the other two cases were readily, and I found that a bit odd. Well, they all do start to bleed in, so I need a little bit of a reminder before we do. I remember the Tiger's Eye case for sure. Seppi says, oh yeah, this is a nitpick, but also felt like the message implied urgency, bring it here by 1, and the end location didn't really justify that. I think that's a reasonable point and very interesting. When we first saw that, I thought maybe he was bringing her to a train station or a dock because that would justify having to get there by 1. And I think you make a good point, Steppy, that it doesn't seem like there would be any reason why you'd have to rush and get them there by 1. I think that's a very good point. I like that point. That's a great point. Dave Neal is usually very on with the details, these little details. And I think you've got a very good point. If she's just going to be kept in a closet at the bottom of the church, I do not see why you'd need her there by 1. I like that point. I think that's more than a nitpick. I would agree with that. Unless the priest wanted to go to bed at 1. Yeah. Some of the false leads in the paper might get resolved in the final case, might just not have been able to visit the locations in this case. Well, that's going to be interesting. It will be interesting to see what the final case wraps up. It is going to be interesting. Sherlock Holmes is definitely concerned about what this means. We only know Daisy as poking around in one case, though, right? And that was the politician's bribery. Steppyberry says, I did really enjoy finding the period by the 4WC. I don't know if you figured if that means anything. Have you figured out that that means anything, or it's just a typo? And what Steppy says, whatever this 11th case could be, I'm not sure there really is an 11th case, although it could be something in the newspaper. I don't think there's a real 11th case, but we'll see. So I guess we'll play the final case next week. Jonathan will help us decide what day of the week to play that on. Tomorrow will be the live Q&A channel update at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then an hour after that, at our normal 11 p.m. tomorrow, which is really today, Sunday, we will open up the LA Noire Hollywood Boom case, play by mail, and we'll make our 3 choices and submit those. So I hope you guys can join me tomorrow, but if you can't, that's okay. Anna says, I always expecting Moriarty to step up, maybe in case 10. I think it's likely that Moriarty will show up in case 10, but I'm not positive. Any other final thoughts before we call this a night? I'm sweating here. It's hot in here. I mean, despite it being straightforward, it still took us 6 hours to play. I'm not 5 hours. I'm not sure what we spent our time doing. Any other final thoughts? It's bittersweet, the idea of playing the final case in this box. This was some real teamwork. I think it would be easy to get stuck if we didn't have some good teamwork. Everyone contributed today. All right. Sounds like we're signing off. Great to have. We've got a strong detective team now. These cases don't pose much challenge to us now with this team. Okay. I'll see you all tomorrow if you can make it for the live Q&A and or the LA Noire play-by-mail session afterwards. Again, a pleasure. And I'll see you tomorrow, which is really tonight, Sunday, 10 Central.